and I also want sites that are older than, let's just start with 2008. Okay, we're going to have it find domains. That'll do its thing. I'll keep clicking back and forth here between the what I'm doing over on Register Compass and the question box, and answer questions as we kind of go through this. Oh, okay, so JC's asking how you silo out a site like this. There was actually a question earlier in this segment. I can't remember who asked it, but it was talking about the difference between using a sub-page and a subdomain. With something like that, JC, you might actually get the most out of using a subdomain and set up each of those service types as a subdomain on the main website. That way you could purchase an expired domain as a money site and build a subdomain on each of those service types, and then build that out as just a silo within that single structure, that single service type. I'll type it up for you and kind of show you what I'm talking about here in a second. Dang it. Yeah, we should be okay. I can probably do that. I'm going to click over to Register Compass before I talk about that too much, JC. But yeah. Okay, Edgar K. Fletch, you did actually answer the PBN question I had earlier with the laser for link juice. Okay, used in launch jacking, then deleting it. I must have associated PBN linking with Greg, mentioned the 100 link example on the update, March 19th. Okay. PBN number of links are not really an issue. Or not really the issue. Yeah, well, the number of the total number of links, the reason we say 100 is just because it's a reasonable amount of links for a site with about 20 posts with outbound links going to different things that we're trying to power and make look natural. So hopefully that makes sense, Edgar. The 100 links don't have to stay static, meaning once you put a link in, it's not something that cannot be taken out or repointed. I guess that's the biggest takeaway there. So, okay, Open Site, well, not Open Site Explorer, Register Compass. So, yeah, so it did its search. We came back. We returned 679 results. We just click on that. It opens up a new tab for me here in Firefox. I usually like to sort by domain authority, meaning that the sites with the highest domain authority show up first. Just like last time, these auctions are still going. There's an adult site, adult site, adult site. This is kind of a random blog from Italy website. It's at 4:35 with 5 days left. It's actually quite a bit of money for the amount of time left in the auction. I would probably just skip past this. It's not showing really any PR, even though it does have a decent domain authority. Just the fact it's already at 4:35. This other is at almost $1,000 with 5 days left. 200 with 5 days left. I'm not going to look at that really. This is 10 days for PR3, $12. It's a .info. I do sometimes buy .infos. It's not really preferable for me, but I will pull this up and look at it right now, actually, because it's a 4-letter domain .info that was originally registered in 2003, shown a PR3, which is neither here nor there, but it's not a bad thing. It's also still at $12. So, well, I copied that. We're going to put it into, I'm going to put it with the www version because it's a site previous to 2006. Let me just do this login real quick here. Okay, so what we're getting here, we've got a ton of links. What we're probably, okay, yeah, so right here off the bat, we see a site that has been used for SEO purposes. I'll show you what I mean. We're going to sort this by domains, but because all this anchor text is coming up with these Oakley sunglasses, we've got a decent, mixture. They're not all exactly the same, but discount Oakley sunglasses kind of is the main theme here. I would stay away from this site. Somebody's obviously tried to take this site and use it to sell Oakley sunglasses or power some kind of an affiliate sales, venture. So I just kind of move on. So 2003, be active store. The fact that it says store there leads me to probably surmise that the same type of thing has happened with this. So I'll do a quick search on it anyway, but yeah, we've got credit counseling here. And Nike Air Max. Yeah, again, not the greatest situation for us to purchase. Things like this, I'm just not going to spend time during our coaching session on it. Right, I'm going to go back over and check on the question box and see if we've got some more questions coming up. Okay, JC, regarding silos, I was thinking something like this, areapros.com, suburb 1, silo, plug keyword, okay, area, suburb 1, tree service, yeah. Hey, JC, since you're new here, you probably are not maybe aware of a site I put together. I haven't done much with the site, meaning it's not monetized. It really is more of an example of silo structure than anything else. So just take this for what it's worth. But it's one that I put together a few weeks ago. And you can check that out and see what I've done with it. Now this is only one niche, meaning it's only the plumbing niche, but it is a local directory site for all intents and purposes, meaning that it is set up silo structure with multiple suburbs and multiple, I guess, service types, for lack of a better term. So you can kind of see what I've done there, and hopefully it will kind of point you in the right direction for keeping your silo straight and your topics segmented. The thing that you're going to have trouble, or not trouble with, but the thing you want to be mindful of is that if you've got a bunch of different types of services or leads that you're going to generate, what you could potentially run into is a situation where you're kind of fighting yourself, meaning that you're kind of trying to tell Google that your site is about electricians, and it's also about tree removal, and it's also about landscaping, and also maybe roofing companies. Really, that's kind of what Google's trying to determine when it uses its bots to crawl your site, what your site is about. So if the easiest you can make it on the Google bots to figure out what your site is about and have it organized properly, the easier job you're going to have of ranking that site for those types of keywords. Okay. Okay, Mick Shaw here. Janet and other folks, I joined this class recently as well. If you folks want to do a group by Open Site Explorer, let me know. You can find it. You can find it in the Facebook group. I have yet to try them out for free. Just suggestion. Yeah, there's some group by stuff that's on the Facebook group. I think that's what Mick's talking about here. Michael K. Okay. If you're adding a maximum of 20 posts to each PBN, do you set up WP reading settings to show more than 10 posts? Yes, Michael. Yeah, that's exactly what you do. Some themes actually limit that, and those are themes I do not use for PBNs. So as long as the theme allows you to set your number of posts and to make sure, one of the other things I do is to make sure that the entire post will show as opposed to just an excerpt, Michael. So that's one of the other things I make sure that the theme allows me to do. If not, the link juice from the initial 10 posts would send less juice. Right. Yeah, absolutely. You're exactly right on that. Yeah, if you don't, if your blog roll actually winds up not posting the blog to the home page, it will not pass the link juice that we try to pass in those situations. Right, JC, okay, thanks. Sounds like subdomains might be better than keep things more organized. Yeah, it might be, JC. Depends on how big a site you want to build, but to my way of thinking and my experience with stuff like that, if it's more than just a niche, I'll use subdomains. So even though it's maybe a small geographic area, you're still potentially going to run into some trouble kind of fighting yourself on that stuff. All right, let's see what else we got here. So this was TheoBCS. Let's see what Open Site Explorer has for this. How old was this site? 2003. Okay, so we might need the www version. Okay, again, you know, I see right off the bat here Louis Vuitton Online. Somebody has used this as some type of a sales site. I would probably just go ahead and move on. Unfortunately, it was probably a decent site before they got a hold of it. You know, we've got edu links and some decent stuff going on here, but we've got these kind of mixed in. Oops. And that's kind of what I don't like to see. So also a ton of links, 11,000 links. It's not a problem with, you know, 1,000 domains in this domain authority. That's about right. But you know, the fact, see, Oak Brook Christian School, that was actually probably Oak Brook Christian School, the OBCS. Yeah, okay, so that's what the site was originally. Somebody has, in fact, added these links to it. We can do a quick little search here, but to show you what a decent link looks like, this is going to be a decent link, I imagine. It's illinois.gov. Yeah, okay, well, so it's a great link, but it's on a page that has so many links, we're not going to get that much juice from it. This is one that was built probably SEO purposes. This is a link that was built with probably some type of tool. You can tell it's on a forum, all that kind of thing. It's also on a foreign website. At any time considering, I observed Chanel types traipsing down Karl Lagerfeld's country western runway, October of previous 12 months. It's either a spun article or somebody who does not know English well. Super low quality content. You can tell all these keywords in the article. This is what links look like when you use a tool the wrong way, a link building tool. Even though it's on a decent website, you know, the quality of this link is just junk. So, yeah, and then in addition to that, they added all these links to it. They're trying to power a whole bunch of different types of sites from that one post. So we definitely do not like that. That's junk. So, and there's a lot of those kind of. This is the anonymous link. Again, this was most likely decent. This is berkeley.edu. So this will be a good link. I would almost bet you. We'll see if we can refresh. It may just be an old page. Yeah, that's okay. So that's something that expired. It was a no follow anyway, but So that's going to be probably a junk link. This is going to be oh, this is just an open Berkeley blog. Yeah. Anyway, that's the site that's not going to work for us. I'm just going to skip all these garbly-gook because they're most likely junk. Is that Nordega? Check this out, see what it looks like. All right, we'll click back over to the questions, see what we got going here, answer a few of these, and then come back over. Okay, Michael K., if you have a minimum 100 links per PBN link, oh, is this one I just... Yeah, so this is a question we were talking about. If you have a minimum or a maximum of 100 links per PBN linking out to money sites, and I think you have mentioned not linking to more than one money site per post, so a total of 100 posts per PBN. Maybe I heard that wrong. Yeah, you can have more than one link coming out from each post. I definitely would not go over 20. I'm usually more conservative than that. 10 to 20 is probably a good range of posts per PBN site that you have, Michael. I would not go over 20. Edgar J., that TCCC info would have had one.edu or .gov link. Would it be a waste of time since it has been used for SEO purposes? Yeah. I'm not saying there's not value to it, Edgar. If you picked that up or you had a site similar to that, you could probably still make some use out of it. But what I'm trying to do is to help people understand what we really are looking for as the most valuable types of PBN sites that we can include when we buy them. So I'm not saying there's no value to it or there was not any value to it. What I am saying is that it's not one I would spend a lot of time looking into and certainly would not spend a lot of money on. Oh, Michael K. said, did you say blog roll earlier in regard to links? Yeah, on a blog roll, if we go, we want to set the blog roll to show more, than 5 or even 10 blog posts on our PBN, Michael. So if you're going to build 15 posts on a PBN site and link out to a bunch of different types of money sites, you want to make sure that those posts actually post to your homepage. So that's a setting in WordPress. Jan's saying this walkthrough is really helpful. So you may find what was a good site and people added lower quality content, SEO backlinks content. These you just pass on. Yes, that's true, Janet. Unfortunately, for the most part, I pass on those, even though at one time it may have been a decent site. Depending on what people do with them after the fact, they can kind of junk them out. It'd be like taking a classic car and putting a bunch of aftermarket parts on it that take away from its value as a classic. So even though it still has kind of got the good stuff about it, it's kind of been degraded to a degree by what people have done to it after the fact. Jan's saying, is there a certain number of junk links that make you want to pass on a domain or any junk? And yeah, there is, Janet. A couple, it's not a big deal. But like the ones that I've gone through here have been really, there are enough of them that it starts to weigh on the value, the good stuff. So, okay, this Nordega is going to be foreign. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not one I can really use as a example website. I'm going to pull up the non-www version and see if it's got something else that we can kind of, yeah, it's still going to be, well, and again, so this anchor text is, you can see they just repeated themselves 3 times. This is definitely an SEO'd site, so again, one I would not start bidding on. These are the same. Let's just go on down here. I'm going to go deeper. Hopefully we can find a couple things that look decent. So I just clicked on page 5. So we can tell here that the domain authority is lower. We're in the 40s now, which is not, it's still a great site. America Explained. One of the first things I look at, and this is directly from Greg, is looking at the domain name to see whether or not it sounds like something that somebody was using to sell stuff on the internet. America Explained doesn't really sound like something that somebody was using to sell products. You know, it just doesn't make sense. It's not an EMD or some kind of thing like that. So that's got no links. We'll try the www version. Still waiting to come back. Okay, this is a website that we saw that was for sale. It's just one that I remember. That so this is actually, this site is part of some kind of a network that somebody just let go. Because of that, I would tend to usually kind of pass on them. But the fact is, all of these anchor text being kind of naked URLs means that it potentially would be a good money site. I have a feeling what we're going to do when we open these up is we're going to find a lot of sites that are expired. I'm going to do this real quick just to kind of show you what this looks like. I could be wrong, but I've seen enough sites that are kind of, they start to do this, and somebody's network that they just let go of. Yeah, obviously an SEO site trying to sell leads for American Express. Yeah, this domain expired. And just a junk site, not worth anything. Again, same American Express, junk site. Same thing. Yeah, so yeah, unfortunately this is not going to be a site that is really worth anything to us. Now, the thing is, it's got good links, it's got a decent amount of root linking domains, it's clean for the most part. What probably somebody was doing, just based on those offers and stuff that they had posted, American Express, that kind of thing, they were kind of trading on that. If we do this, let's see what comes back. These are not great links, but this is, and the fact that the anchor text is halfway okay probably means this site is worth a little bit, but I would not say that much. So what's it going for right now? $315. Yeah, somebody's just not taking that into consideration. That site's not worth $315 for what we use it for at all. StoreMix site at $10 from 99. This might be something that we can look at here. Let's check this out. Let's see what comes up. We're going to need to www it. 100 domains, 444 links. Okay, so far we're looking good. This sounds like a much better. Yeah, so this is a Linux technology website, evidently. We can see that there are a couple different variations of anchor text here, even some form, but not in a bad way. You can tell this is probably, you know, Linux is going to be something that's international anyway. I can kind of already tell by the link anchor text and stuff here that this is going to be a domain that's worth looking at. Okay, so I'm going to open up. When I find a domain that I really like, I'm not saying this is yet, I got to check this out, but I'll check out 20 or 30 links on it just to get a good idea of what's going on. I had to turn off of my PR toolbar here because it chunks up what's going on with the tabs and the tab browsing I have. But you can tell this is actually a halfway decent. You know, it's a technical article. It's got some links on it and things like that, but it's not crazy. This is a content article that's cool. It's good. Again, same kind of thing here. There's a lot of links on this page. Actually, a lot of links on this page, but the content is good. I have a feeling we'd find out that this has some decent PR too. Not a lot of links, but stuff like this is, you kind of have to get some experience and understanding kind of what these are. So this is actually kind of a link directory, but it's not one that's totally junked out. It probably actually does have some value. It's not just a bunch of links that somebody sold. It's just related stuff. So Storm Linux evidently was some kind of a project. So yeah, there's a link to it. Commercial distribution based on whatever. Yeah, so that's the whole content of the page. Yeah, so this is a decent site. I would definitely look at the PR on it. It's got a lot of links, or a lot of posts and links both. But this is a much better link profile than what we've been looking at before. So this is one I'd definitely look into. And I think I saw that Stormix.com was like at $10 still. Yeah, $10. 4 days in, you know, it'll go up from there. But that's a site I would definitely take into consideration. You know, so hopefully that helps you guys out. I'm going to try to answer some questions here real quick, and then we'll wrap up. We're at about an hour and a half in. So, all right, Kea, 2 PR6 domain authority 30 PBN. Is that fine? 2 PR6 domain authority PBN. Is that fine? Yeah. Yeah, those are both good sites, it sounds like, yeah. You definitely want to kind of, the reason we say 10 PBN, or 10 sites in a PBN, is because that's kind of about when we can start masking our footprint, and that's something we definitely want to take into consideration when we're doing this. So, yeah, just keep that straight, but those sites sound like they're pretty good. Okay, Michael, it's amazing KLKS.com at a PR0, but it had great SAPA, which is why it works so well. I guess PR really doesn't matter. That's what Mike mentioned on the webinar yesterday. Yeah, absolutely, Michael. And I'm pretty sure, well, I have a feeling that when Greg picked KLKS up, it was during the period of time, well, it still doesn't matter. Last year, the toolbar PR did not update for like 9 months, and so we were in a situation where PR was not important because it was not relevant. It was actually not accurate. PR changes, you know, day to day, and Google was not reporting any changes in PR. So we were kind of having to find other ways to determine the strength of a site, and we came up with, Greg came up with all these other, you know, much more valuable ways to determine the site's value, and that's that kind of came in during the time when the PR toolbar was not updated. So, okay, it's talking about trust factor, majestic, and domain drops. Not really, okay. I'm not saying they're not valuable, but it just, you can kind of get into a situation where there's so much information that you're looking at that it slows you down more than it's worth, and I would kind of consider like trust factor and things like that for majestic just a little bit more than I look at. I'm not saying you can't find good sites that way, but the way I do domain research does not include that stuff. Michael K's great domain tutorial, Fletch, thank you. Absolutely, Michael. Well, it's hugely helpful. Thanks so much. Absolutely, Janet. Yeah, well, you're to blame, I guess, for this one. So, thanks to you on it, because yeah, you were the one that was kind of prompting this session, and I'm all too happy to do it. So, you know, these sessions are for you guys. This is not strictly a Q&A. It very much can be, But if you guys want to see like demonstrations and over the shoulders and stuff, I want to cover the questions, because most of the time those questions are what's holding people up. But if answering those questions requires a demonstration of some sort, I'm more than happy to do that too. So just keep that in mind, guys. If we need to kind of go over some things like that, you know, Mike's sessions are very much structured around money getting. That's his huge talent, and he's amazing at that. Greg's are very much in, you know, hardcore technical SEO, and that's really where his strengths are, and that's what most of his sessions are about. Mine are kind of across the board. So, you know, keep that in mind for, you know, the coaching sessions that we offer, and, you know, where we want to take those questions, because, you know, we kind of want to cover all the bases on, you know, what we can show and what we can demonstrate and things like that. So, Josh is saying KLKS is a PR3 now. Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably decent. But again, it goes to show with all the rankings that that site has, it is, you know, PR is not all it's cracked up to be. TJ, thanks for the session tonight. Well done as always. Thanks, TJ, for being on. Always like having you on. Edgar, just need to mention that reading Law of Implication has changed my mindset toward internet marketing and life in general. Thanks, Fletch, for your personal input in the program since I actually started viewing videos the last 2 weeks, and it helps. Oh, that's awesome, Edgar. I really appreciate you saying that. As always, I hope I have, you know, talked about, you know, your guys' feedback and, you know, really why I do this enough that you really do understand that I really want you guys to be successful with this, and that's why I do this. It's one of my joys and one of the things I really like to do. So I'm very much happy to hear that you guys are getting a lot out of this and moving forward. So thank you. Kaya, thanks. Big Bro Flash. Absolutely. You know, time again. See you Sunday. Thanks, guys. Richard Compass session, always helpful. Thanks, Dan, James, Welton. Good stuff. Good lesson from Sylvia. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Janet says, I've rolled out training programs myself, so if there's any way I can help you improve these sessions, incorporating for newbies perspective, reach out, happy to help if I can. Yeah, that's awesome, Janet. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the recording now. Again, it's one of those sessions I could just keep going and going, but kind of got to keep this somewhat fresh because it just it wears on me, and it's just harder and harder to find content in the recording. So we've got another session. Today's Thursday. I've got another session scheduled for Sunday. I'm going to be going and probably trying to make a move from Sunday to Saturday here in the next month or so, just kind of as a heads up. But for the time being, we're going to go Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday for me still. So my next session is on Sunday, and I hope all you can make it then. Great to have you on, and we'll talk soon. Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, looks like we are rolling. Get our backup recording started here. So looks right. Okay, I think I still need to double screen share. Yeah. Open that up. Okay, I'll wait for the little lag time to catch up here. Make sure the sound is good, and then we'll get going. It looks like Mary's got a couple questions posted I'll get to just as soon as I check sound. All right, sounds good. Okie dokie. So, where are we here? Just a couple questions from Mary. The first one is, number one, can you tell me what kind of Fiverr service I should order if I want juice going to a Yelp listing for a customer? Okay, I was looking at C0Aching's offerings and nothing looked quite right. Yeah, Yelp is something that we'll be able to shoot links to that are kind of spammy, so C0Aching's offerings would probably work pretty well for you. You want to make sure that you've got your anchor text still, dumbed down a little bit so you're not over-optimized with the recent changes that YouTube has rolled out, but that's something he's probably up on. I'm not sure actually, but yeah, any of those offerings he has with, I actually haven't been on his page for a while, but anything that we would use to rank a YouTube video, we would be able to use for Yelp as well because of the domain authority of the Yelp listing. The first time I read your question, I thought it said to keep juice. Well, you kind of did. You said you want juice going to a Yelp listing. If you want that kind of like long-term drip kind of thing, I don't think he does anything like that. As far as I know, his are just kind of blasts that he gets out, and it's kind of a one-time deal. So he doesn't offer anything that's long-term ongoing. But otherwise, you should be able to use pretty much anything that he does, and it will work out pretty well for you. Anything that you would use for a YouTube video, for instance. Oh, that's me, Philip. Just listen to Mike Long, David Hood. Really great work. Yeah, Mike's been doing a bunch of amazing stuff lately, content-wise. That interview series with David Hood, I'm actually excited to go check that out myself. I was talking to Mike about it the other day, and actually talking to David about it too. And they were both really excited about that side of things, which has a lot to do with client pricing and acquisition and things of that nature. David's been really killing it the last year. He got on board about the same time I did, and he's really been crushing it with local client consulting. And I would definitely recommend anyone who is interested in that type of offering to check out that video series that they got posted. Thanks for mentioning that, Philip. Glad you enjoyed it, bud. Okay, Mary, follow-up question. How does Yelp determine which of the many companies get pushed to the top of so they're visible when Yelp turns up on page 1? Is it how much money they spend with Yelp? Yeah, it is, Mary. I actually have a really good friend who works for Yelp. They have a branch that's based here in the Phoenix area over in Scottsdale, and their internal ranking structure has nothing to do with Google, obviously. It does, from my understanding and from his understanding that he passed along to me, have a lot more to do with the ad spend that they have, as well as some on-page features. If they've got a lot of photos posted and good reviews and things of that nature, those are going to help push them up. We really can't control if any of the Yelp listings show up on the what do they call it? I'm kind of drawing a blank on Yelp right now. It's been a while since I was on one of their pages, but kind of the business type listings. What shows up there is totally according to Yelp. Has nothing to do with Google at all. Now, whether or not a Yelp listing shows up is something that we can help kind of control, and that will be done with what you were asking about in the first question. So that's kind of where Yelp falls in the deal. It's kind of its own little monster, just because it's not owned by Google, it's not controlled by Google. So what they do with their site is different than the algorithm that we are used to, and it has a lot to do with ad spend and things of that nature. But we can utilize what we do to push business listings, specific business listings, up in the Google rankings, not necessarily what listings will show up on their business or service type pages. All right. Ted's question, do you outsource any parts of your local client business? If so, which parts? And thank you. Let me think if I do or not. Not really, Ted. Most of it is handled 100% by me. I played around a little bit with having a salesperson, and it wasn't really, it wasn't driven by a business need for me as much as it was by someone who I've worked with in the past that was looking to get into this line of work as opposed to what they were doing before. And it just didn't work out that well. They didn't know enough about my business to be really helpful, truly helpful with it. So I kind of discontinued that. My local client business is almost all the clients I have right now are a combination of SEO clients as well as lead generation clients. So I do kind of a hybrid business model with my offerings for that, and I'm able to manage all that myself. Michael R., do you have any opinion on social adder for social signals? It's not one that I've used yet, Michael. The two that I have used, I don't know if we talked about this last session. I've used Send, S-Y-N-N-D, I think. It's spelled kind of funkily. It's like syndication. It's like the first part of that word. And I can't remember what the difference between Send and... I think Send is a subscription service, which means that you actually have to spend some money on a monthly basis to get your signal out onto other people's profile pages. It's kind of like a share network. And then if then that, IFTTT. I actually really like IFTTT. It automates the process of syndicating our own content across our own profiles, but doesn't really get them out there for the larger world and on their profiles at all. As a replacement for Send, something Network Empire's been doing recently is called WP Social Explosion, and I have not had a chance to use it yet, but it looks really strong. If you're really interested in that, I would suggest taking a look at that. It's on Network Empire's site, but like I said, I haven't used it yet, and I usually don't like to recommend using something until I've done it myself, but if you're interested, that might be worth taking a look at for you, Michael. Mary, question 3: if company A and company B are showing up on a Yelp citation on Google, say position 2, is it possible to push company C to position 2 by itself? In other words, take over to the spot Yelp had by pushing company C into that spot with spam links. Okay, let me reread this real quick. Company A and B are showing up on a Yelp citation on Google. Okay. Position 2, is it possible to push company C to position 2 by itself? Yes, that is possible, Mary. I think I understand what you're asking about. You essentially want to put company C. You want to push company C above A and B in Yelp's ratings, which you can't do. What you can do is take company C's actual profile and let it show up above A and B in Google's listings. You can do that, but you won't. What I don't think you'll be able to do is by itself, by what we do, push company C above A and B on Yelp's listings. That won't happen. But what you can do is push C above A and B on Google. Yeah. Okay, Janet. Good to be here. Glad to have you on, Janet. Do you recommend using Moz's Open Site Explorer or SEMrush? I know David Hood said he strongly prefers SEMrush and rarely uses LSE. Yeah, I use Open Site Explorer for my expired domain research, as well as Ahrefs. That's the other link research tool that I use. Greg shows videos with both, I believe. I know most of the videos that we have are Open Site Explorer, but the two that I like to use are Open Site Explorer and Ahrefs. David definitely knows what he's doing. With things like that, it's there are different benefits to using any of those services. You kind of get used to using some, and you wind up liking them, and it may be for various reasons that you find are more important. For what I do, Open Site Explorer fits the bill almost all the time. Hrefs is a little quicker graphical representation. If I'm doing anything in front of a client, I'll usually pull up Hrefs just because it's got some cool looking graphs and things like that. But for the most part, Open Site Explorer is what I use most of the time. Michael R, do you use only PBN links? Not which other links do you generate? Yeah, I build a lot of links with GSA, Michael, that I use to rank pretty much anything other than my regular websites. So I'll send links to YouTube videos and Google Plus pages, very conservatively with Google Plus pages, but YouTube videos, YouTube channel, any directory listings, any business listings that you can get, like Yelp. We were talking about Yelp just now. So those are primarily the two types of things I do. I actually, the very first part of last year when I got involved with OMG and started trying to rank local sites, I had really limited resources, and I actually did some really kind of high level article writing for expert websites in the niche that I work in primarily, which is kind of home improvement stuff. Because I've done that in the past, I actually wrote articles and got them posted and syndicated across a couple different networks to get backlinks that way. That worked really well, but it eats a lot of time. But it was good links, and it was ways to get links to my website that you really can't get any other way other than paying monthly to get links posted on somebody's website. Mary says, yeah, that's what I had in mind as a follow-up to the question on Yelp. Yeah, Yelp's pretty, just, a side note here. Yelp looks at itself not as a search engine, but as a decision engine, meaning that people will do research on, air conditioner companies in Phoenix and find a few that they like. And then Yelp believes that before someone actually gives one of those companies a call, they will go to Yelp specifically to determine which companies are good and which ones are not good. So Yelp really is it's not trying to do well in the Google results pages. What it's trying to do is to become a resource for people, much like Angie's List would be, for people to go and check out the reputation of companies. Because it does offer, and actually is really heavy on paid advertisements on their own site, I think they're kind of getting a little farther away from that model than like Angie's List is, but that's really what they're kind of set up to do. And this is coming from one of their inside sales people. So, but yeah, they definitely are a pretty decent, a strong force in the local directory market. They definitely get a lot of traffic, and I think people do pay listings on Yelp quite a bit of attention when they show up on the first page of Google. We'll look real quick and see if I've got anybody that has sent me any messages for not being able to get in the group. We typically have a few every session, so let me check it out real quick. It looks like we're good so far. Okay. All right, Janet, in the New Beginners OMG Facebook group that Mike recently set up, there are some of us trying to create a list of all the essential tools and services needed to really get going, realizing some tools and services can be added later. Would be curious to hear your list if you were to create one. Yeah, Janet, I certainly don't want to take away from what Mike is doing. He's got great plans, and I'm sure that David definitely is behind that. I haven't really been involved with that too much, but at the same time, it's something that I'd be more than happy to share with you. And just also just kind of what I'm doing with my own website here with joshuafletcher.com. This is not to sell you guys stuff, but I figured I would put the things that I actually do use and feel are valuable on my website, do a quick review, how I use them, all that kind of thing, along with affiliate links. They're not even set up yet. So if you just check out the online marketing tools on my menu here, it'll show up in the video once this highlights. You know, I'm going to cover what I use for my web hosting for the virtual private server, my books, the MacBook Pro is the computer I use, Dragon Dictation is the software I use to dictate articles. This is a GSA search engine ranker training. OpenSite Explorer's here, Register Compass is here. OpenSite Explorer, of course, is the link research tool that I use primarily. Register Compass is the expired domains software that I use. Camtasia is what I use for screen capture software. And then I've got a couple different microphones that I use because I do so much with these live groups. Upgraded microphones over and above what I use. This really is all I have as far as a year in. This is all I have bought. I have some, you know, web hosting and a VPS that I run my GSA on, and then the rest of these are just kind of things that we cover within the group. But this is pretty much everything that I have that I make use of. Like I said, the reviews aren't there. There's no links to any of it, but that will continue to get fleshed out here. And you know, I'm not trying to sell you guys anything. These are things that you guys, if you want to use, are definitely tools that I would check out if I were you. And I don't want to take anything away from what that Facebook group for the kind of beginners is going to be about, because I think it's going to be a great place for people to really get going once they jump on board with OMG. Okay, where are we here? Okay, Michael R., do you think it might be worth it to build a few Web 2s, for example, blogs, WordPress, Blogger, to use as additional link options or as a buffer layer between PBNs and money sites? Absolutely, Michael. I think that is a great idea. It's something that I do. It's something a lot of the other OMGers who like to have a diversity of types of links. Web 2.0s are kind of a cool thing because of how they're positioned. Web 2.0s can actually become something that we can use to rank for the keywords as well as pass a ton of link juice along to our other money sites. So I definitely, you know, wholeheartedly would say that you should check those out. And if you're not utilizing them yet, I would try to incorporate them within what you're doing. Because like I said, you can use them to rank as well as use them to pass link juice along to your money sites. Okay, Stephen, spending most of the revenue on PBN links from OMG already. I have a client about ready to write a check for $600 a month and wanted to know if I should take that money and invest the first month into buying PBNs or buy the links to start. Boy, that's a tough question. My strategy, the one I used when I got started, was to actually buy the sites. Two things happen. You not only can manage your long-term costs that way, but you also get better at understanding what to look for and what to optimize for within SEO. So, you know, you can totally position yourself as, you know, kind of just a salesperson, really, within OMG even, and have most of your actual work outsourced and just work on, you know, getting clients lined up and making sure that you meet their needs. Perfectly legitimate way to go about doing things. But if you're really looking at expanding your SEO aptitude, really, and growing an SEO, like a business where you're the one doing the fulfillment, I would recommend looking, well, with $600 a month, if you're looking, yeah, you can still pick up and build a halfway decent PBN with that money. I would look at trying to acquire some PBN sites, even if they're not super powerful yet. You'll get better and better about knowing what to look for, and your long-term costs will come down, and your ability to rank multiple clients or multiple websites will also increase, just because we can put so many links on a single PBN site. You know, a single site will have the ability to rank, you know, 10 to 15 other sites by itself. Well, not by itself, but in conjunction with some other sites. If you have, 5 or 6 different sites, you can rank, 10 or 15 websites with that pretty easily. So I would look at doing that if I were you. Like I said, depends on your business model, but all right, Stevens, I'm worried about showing progress, and if I go with PBNs that I buy only, then it might take longer. Your thoughts? Possibly, Steven. You're going to have to learn some things if you start learn and implement. I don't know where you are in the training. I know you just jumped on recently, but getting new sites set up on hosting and getting content ordered and posted and all that kind of thing can take a little time. A couple weeks down the road, you're going to have everything taken care of probably. But if your model allows for your pricing model and your turnaround time and all that kind of thing to let kind of somebody else set you up with PBNs, you're kind of renting links from them, you might be fine to grow that way for a while until you get to kind of a certain size, at which time definitely I would look at building your network, building your private network up. But yeah, like I said, that's something that it depends on what you want to do and how quickly you want to do it. They can both work. Scott's asking what the name of the beginners Facebook group is. Scott, I'm not 100% sure. Like I said, I actually only heard about this over the last few days. I was talking to Mike and he mentioned it and was really excited about it. But I don't know what the name of it is. I'm sure you could email Mike and get an invite to that if you would like one. Shouldn't be trouble at all. So yeah, Mike's email address, you can check it, is omg@omgmachines.com. I'll just type it in here. I'd ask him about that. I'll do that myself just so I have that information moving forward, but I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Josh, while you're on the subject of programs, my free subscription for Moz is about to expire. Thinking of trying Scrape Brokers, big saving, and a bunch of tools available. Yeah, that's something I see come up in the group. Every couple months it seems like, Josh. There's Scrape Brokers is kind of a membership by group site, from my understanding of it. It's not something I've used. I have ethical reasons for that. I'm not going to sit here and tell anybody what they need to do, but it seems to me that those offerings are kind of a little against the terms of service or what those membership programs are set up to provide people, and I think it kind of undermines the value of it. But at the same time, if you need those to succeed and to get to a point where you can, go about that on your own, totally valid. And I know a lot of people in OMG have done things like that. So, yeah, like I said, I see new offerings, pardon me, new offerings from them every once in a while that somebody within OMG has posted. And with those, I think you get like Open Site Explorer and HREFs and a whole bunch of other stuff. Maybe even some scraper programs or something like that for, like, I don't know, $30 a month or $40 a month or something like that. It's pretty cool. Oh, OMG Beginner Acceleration and Support. Hey, thanks, Paul. Definitely good to know that. And then Janet says, as a follow-up, Mike requested people to friend him on Facebook, then send a message requesting to join the beginners group. Very cool. Actually, just got a message from Mike real quick here. Let me check it out and see what it is. Oh, yeah, it's just it's one of his dispatches just came out. Okay, another question or comment from Janet here. I noticed you didn't have Magic Submitter on your list, and I believe I recall you saying that you stopped using it because it seemed to replicate much of the GSA activity, and it takes time. So, for us starting out, when is an optimal time to add in GSA? That's actually a really good question. It comes down to what you want to rank, Janet. If you're ranking mostly websites, meaning that you're creating websites as the basis of affiliate marketing, or helping to rank local clients that you're taking on, or creating websites to do lead generation from, GSA actually has very little utility to help you do that specific task. The links that we build with GSA need to go to very high domain authority sites, meaning YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or things like that. We can't actually send the links from GSA to our regular money sites because they're not, those regular money sites are not strong enough to withstand those spammy links. They will actually get degraded and not have as much value. So it depends kind of on the types of things you're ranking. You could actually start out with GSA and not even go the PBN route if all you wanted to do was to rank YouTube videos, because it is a very strong tool for doing that. But it really, if you were to go that route, you're limiting yourself because you will have very limited ability to rank normal websites. So it kind of depends on your strategy, your business strategy, and what you're doing. You can, I actually used Magic Submitter last year for the things that I needed it to do, which are very similar to GSA. They both do pretty much equally the same things. But it was not really the main part of my business. I actually probably didn't use it more than, you know, shoot, maybe 4 or 5, you know, times a month for the things I needed it to do, just because that was not really part of the business that I was doing. I was ranking a lot of small websites, and for that I did not need GSA, so, or Magic Submitter. So it kind of depends on what you want to rank and what will work for that. All right, not getting a ton of questions, which is totally fine. You know, sometimes people get a lot more out of just kind of coming and hanging out and watching, see what other people are asking about. So if you guys don't have questions, we've got two options. I'm here, and I am more than happy to try to do some things to kind of liven up the group. What are you guys currently? If you had like an option between, let me think here, maybe 3 things. If we were looking at like buying PBNs, or on doing keyword research, or what else could we do? Trying to think. Analyzing competition in a market, SEO competition in a market. Which of those topics is of most value to you guys with where you are currently? I'm not even sure exactly who's on here. It'll tell me who's on, but or how many people are on, but not exactly who they are. Oh, got a question from Michael here. I'm hesitant about using GSA or other linking tools, mass linking tools, I think, probably, because I have the feeling that Google will crack down on those, even for YouTube videos. And if it's a video on my channel or linking only to my website, well, it would stop Google from flagging me. Definitely something to be aware of, Michael. Yeah, we can actually use our PBN links to rank YouTube videos. We can use them to rank Twitter feeds. We can use them to rank all sorts of good stuff. The amount of link juice that we get coming from those really good quality links is definitely much stronger on our PBN than it is from those link building tools. Okay, Janet's saying that buying PBNs and analyzing domains would be most valuable for me. Okay. Analyzing competition, Michael's saying. Okay. Yeah, if you guys want to, I guess we can kind of go this route a little bit and see what we can do here. This is something I really haven't done in these coaching sessions before, so let's give this a shot real quick. All right. Anything do we need to use proper articles for PBN sites when launch jacking? What do you mean by proper articles, Joshter? On your PBN site, yeah, you need to have some relevant content that link is going to sit in for your launch jacking. That's going to give you the most relevancy coming from that link going to your website. So that would definitely be necessary. That's certainly advisable for that type of thing. Yeah, regardless of whether you're doing launch jacking or local client consulting or ranking lead generation sites or anything like that, using decent content on your PBN sites is definitely recommended. So he says focus on PBN and analysis and backlinks. Okay. Comment for Welton here. I was watching Becker's webinar this past weekend, and he mentioned ranking things differently from Greg. Do you know what Becker's doing and how that is different from what he's doing? I think by Greg. He seems to be doing less EMDs, more ranking these larger sites. Do you know how he's doing that? Yeah, I mean, Becker actually learned, and this is not my comment, this comes from Mike and it comes from Becker. Actually, Becker learned most, if not everything that he knows about SEO and ranking from OMG and from Greg. I'm sure he's got his own little tweaks, and Becker, he's great. I'm certainly not taking anything away from him. He definitely does what he does very well. He's a great marketer, and he's entertaining to listen to, which means that most people like to listen to him, and they learn from him. So, the fact that he's able to rank these larger sites, that has nothing to do with being different than Greg. Greg's, KOKS site has, 400 or 500 pages on it, from what I understand. And Greg's got a lot of bigger sites than that. I do too, quite frankly. Those larger sites are not as different as you might expect, because all they are just a non-over-optimized large site. You don't need EMDs to rank, but you can also still rank with EMDs just fine. Well, it just has to do with making sure that you don't get crazy trying to over-optimize a site and kind of run across a line or two and get yourself in hot water with Google. As far as what Becker's doing specifically, I don't know. I watched one of his webinars, just before the live event, just because I knew he was going to be there and talking, and I wanted to see what he was all about. And yeah, definitely he's got some good info to listen to. But I would not try to think that he's doing things that differently than Greg, though. I would just kind of put that out there. I could be wrong, but like I said, I haven't talked to Becker, probably, I don't know, 3 months or so. We spoke kind of the first of the year. Yeah, Paul's saying, yeah, it censors anal analysis. Anything was a typo. Yeah, there's all sorts of, this little program gives us all sorts of funny little things. Keyword analysis would be great. I hate Google's notion of dirty words. Yeah, it's got kind of crazy things. Competition. Okay, we're actually getting people kind of all over the place. Not all over the place, but all of those topics. I kind of knew they were just because of the themes of these office hours and these coaching sessions. Wrote some stuff myself. Oh, good to know. Yeah, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that at all, Josh. As long as it's relevant content and it's about what you're trying to talk about, that's totally legitimate. That's actually really, really good content. Yeah, definitely use that stuff. Jen says if there's a way you could go over register compass and show us how to navigate, filter, sort, that would be great. I've been going through the videos, but the process still doesn't seem to flow very well for me. Yeah. Well, here, I think what we're going to do, just because the rate of questions this session's a little slower, you know, it's not a problem at all, but I'll try to throw some value at you guys, and do kind of a little live over-the-shoulder thing here to see if we can't add some value to the coaching session today. Okay, so this is Register Compass. This is what I use to do my link or my expired domain research. It's an auction site, and I'm sure you guys know this already, but I'm just kind of covering it just in general. It's an auction site that gets expired domains that come from a bunch of different registrars and posts them for auction. Now, there are a bunch of different types of auction, and I'll kind of go over those as we kind of go through here, but we'll just kind of start with the easiest one to understand and the simplest one to usually get turned over and in your own hosting account and things like that. Easiest one to use. Okay, so I'm not going to talk about all these lines. I'm just going to kind of show you what I typically do, and it's the easiest way to go through and set up and start looking at these things, and you can kind of tweak it from there. If you pick GoDaddy, GoDaddy's a real easy registrar to work with. I would use public auctions. Depending on how often you're on here, if you want something to expire in the next, you know, like 3 days or so, that'll give you the ability to check, you know, back a couple times a week and not miss stuff. Domain authority is a big thing that we're looking for. You want to make sure that your site is indexed, which means that there's more than 0. It means that there's at least one page that's indexed, which means that Google still thinks it's a legitimate site and worth crawling to give your links power. That's really about all I do to set this up. And then depending on how many results come back, I can tighten it up. You just hit Find Domains. It'll run a search for you real quick. So 636 domains came back. We can actually raise this up to get it to get that list smaller. 140. That's actually a pretty good number. That'll give you the ability to kind of look through quite a few things. So if you click on that, it actually opens up all the sites that are available right now on auction. So you can sort this list by all these factors. If you want to look at the most powerful, I guess, sites first. Another thing I did not do was the domain age. Greg does that. I think it's worth doing, but I'm not going to go through that right now. So if we kind of go top bottom on the power, see this is a domain authority of 60 site that right now is going for $10. And it's an adult. So it says porn blog rabbit, I think is how that is. Yeah, we typically don't do much with adult sites just because they're usually spammed out and they don't have a lot of link juice that we can make use of. Another one that's adult. So Eco Driving USA right now is at $810. Still got a day left on it. That site will probably wind up going for $2,000 or more. If it's still got a day on it, it's already at $800. It's got a lot of attention. So, you know, unless you're kind of in that ballpark of shopping domains, I just move on to something else that fits your guys' budgets a little better. This site's kind of new. So I probably wouldn't look at that too much. 510. So what I'm doing here, I keep forgetting because I do this so much on my own. I don't talk through it. But so like Eco Driving USA, the reason I didn't check on that is the fact that it's already $800 and there's a day left. The site's going to go for well in excess of $1,000. I typically don't spend that kind of money on a website, on a blog network site. It's going to get way too expensive, and I don't want to mess with bidding against people that have that kind of money to throw at a single site. The Duke SSA site, what I'm looking at right here, everything looks good coming across. You know, $25, that's cool. 17 hours left. That's likely going to stay $100 or less potentially. You know, it's got a PR2, which is fine. It's neither here nor there. But the fact that it's a kind of a new site means that the links that it does have going to it don't really have a track record of sticking around for a long time. Whereas if you have a site that's 2002 or so, you would potentially think that some of those links may have been in place for 4 or 5 years, and they're going to probably stick around for 4 or 5 years. Does that make sense? Hopefully so. I'm actually going to click back and forth over here to the question box every once in a while, just to make sure that we don't miss some questions. I'm going to go back and forth here. As Janet's comment, Michael says, didn't realize Greg had such large sites. Looking at gold area sites, it seems so sleek and manageable. When would you advise a large site? When a sleek one? Oh, they both work fine. Most of my sites are small. Most of the sites I make money with are small, Michael. And when I say small, I mean like less than 10 pages. It's pretty easy to do at that size. One of the things that's challenging with large sites is keeping them on topic enough. So, SF George, Fletch, one of my URLs for PBN is getting a feed text and link 3 to 4 times a day. Should I block this or let it post? Text and link 3 to 4 times per day. I'm not sure exactly what you're saying your PBN is getting. Is this something you set up, George, or something that was already on it that seems to still be getting content posted to it from someplace, or what are you asking about here? And then is this like slow drip feed links that you're getting, or are you talking about actual text or content that's getting posted 3 to 4 times a day? Let me know kind of on those questions. I can give you a better answer indication. Paul, I could use a bullet point list of steps to take to rank a site. I'm currently building PBN, but it's slow going because of funds. What else can I do? What should my priorities be? It's a good question, Paul. Yeah. Adam's on. Sorry, he's late. Hey, no big deal, buddy. I'm glad you made it. I'll answer these questions and kind of hop back over, and I'll get to the bullet point question too. Next, when setting up a new domain on a site, I plan to rent. I've set up who is guard. What do you suggest I write as the owner of the site in the footer area for site owner, address, company, terms of service, privacy, etc.? Once I get it rented, I'll change the info, but what should I do initially to get it ranked? You can make whatever. You can make it up, Welton. That's that connection to anything that's actually in existence. No bearing at all. You can say it belongs to, Marvin Martian at 123, Outer Space Avenue. All rights reserved for extraterrestrials, and Google's not going to say, "Oh, well, that's not legitimate." I'm not going to rank it. It doesn't matter. Those things have a lot more to do with sites that are monetized, that are representing legitimate businesses, to kind of keep people's expectations of what that site indicates as far as reality in check. So I wouldn't worry about it too much there. Okay, Paul, getting back to Paul's question about a bullet list. One of the reasons that we don't do a step-by-step, Paul, and it may take you a little bit longer to understand and wrap your head around what we do as far as all the different kind of moving pieces that come together to get us to build a site and rank a site. I could sit here with you at my desk, and I could go through and I could show you the exact step-by-step to rank a site that I use, but that's going to be different than, quite frankly, it's going to be different than everybody else in OMG. And the reason that's different and that it still works for everybody else is because we all base our processes on principles that work all the time. So what we really focus on teaching and training in OMG are the principles that we pay attention to. So understanding anchor text, understanding over-optimization, understanding the power of a good URL structure on a website, and things of that nature. So while that type of thing could initially be somewhat helpful or make it seem easier to get that kind of process under your belt and get rolling, you know, Michael and especially David are very very firm in the belief and the understanding that long term it does not create as much value for everyone in the group, and it creates less potential for them all to grow within their own knowledge and their own ability to get money. So we really try to stick with teaching the fundamentals and the principles and those building blocks that we can all then put together once we understand it all. And that's why we don't teach everybody do this exact same thing all the time. So hopefully that helps you understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. I know it's not that list or the checklist that you were maybe hoping to get, but it is also kind of along the lines of really what we're about and how the law of implication comes into play with how OMG is built and Project X is built. So that group, oh man, somebody else help me out with the name of that beginner Facebook group. It's down here, and I don't want to scroll through the whole list. There's a Facebook group that's specifically set up for people who are just getting going with OMG, and they want to have a little extra, I guess, relationship to other people that are just getting going as well. I would highly recommend getting involved with that, because it will also put you in a place where, you know, those kind of light bulbs go off for different people in different ways, and sometimes just having a lot of people in your exact same situation or your exact process that you're working through that say, oh, hey, I was looking at this and it never dawned on me that this was really one of the big important parts that I needed to pay attention to, and when I got that, it let all these other ideas flow. And then posting that is what will in turn, you know, potentially get your light bulb to go off too. So definitely try to get involved with that. You know, spend time not only with our training videos, watching them and re-watching them, but also getting involved with those social groups. It's huge, huge value. So yeah, Scott helped me out there. The Beginner Acceleration and Support Network Facebook group. So Paulo, that's okay. Your explanation, you reminded me a bunch of other things that I need to do. Okay, good, Paul. Hopefully that works out. Yeah, I'll click back over here and kind of go through a little bit more on these domains until I find one that I really want to look at. So I actually spotted one just, what was it? Yeah, so this one's jumping out. It's a bunch of garbly-gook here, which a lot of times isn't great. But I'll go over and check out the links on it. It's PR0, which isn't, you know, doesn't jump right off the page at you for being like super powerful. But it's got a domain authority of 50. It's from 2001, and it's $12. So we're going to check it out just to see what's going on with it. So I'm just copying the domain name here so I can open a new tab and put the URL into Open Site Explorer. It's from previous to 2006, so likely was built on the www version. Wait for this to kind of open up here. I'll just get a login real quick. It's going to be foreign links, so this isn't going to give us a great indication of what we do. But essentially what we do, we go in here, open this up, and, you know, we group these links by domain, filter this out. Still kind of chewing on this process. You know, if you want to go through and translate all these anchor text, I mean, I can just tell right off the bat that the anchor text is different for these first three links just because they're a different number of characters here. So, you know, this has got different symbols and stuff on it, so it might not be that bad. You know, I don't know what these are, but they're coming from domain authority sites that have, you know, decent domain authority. Yeah, it's kind of loading up still. So, yeah, it's only got 4 links, but I'm actually going to just go find one that's going to have some stuff that we can actually analyze. So, yeah, with this particular site, M White and Juice Plus, I guess. Not sure what that is exactly, but I'm going to go look at it. It's already at 350. The day left, but it's PR5. It's kind of a new site, but we'll check it out anyway and see what we have here. Because I think a lot of people they don't really have as much trouble finding a site that they want to throw into Open Site Explorer and look at, but they typically do like to see a little extra understanding of what we look at here. So quite a few links, not bad for the domain authority and page authority that we have. So it just means that there's probably been pretty heavy amount of SEO done on this site. I can already tell that there has been. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about when I run this real quick. Okay, so the first thing that jumps out at me is this link anchor text is the same all the way down, right? Now, on a natural site, is that likely going to be the case? That every one of the top 20 most powerful links, 25 most powerful links on this site have the exact same anchor text? No, that's typically not something that is going to be the case. Now, if that were not the case, what we then do is open these up in, well, did I take off this plugin? I think I can do this. I had a weird situation where I had a plugin that would not allow me to open these up in new tabs. Anyway, so we essentially open these up in a new tab and then check out this site. Check out all these links on the side here. This might be a PBN site. I don't even know. It's definitely a site that somebody's using to take advantage of links and all this kind of thing. So these links, even though they're coming from this fairly powerful site here, are definitely heavy SEO. There's not going to be as much link juice passing through them because there are so many links on this site that's getting, you know, spread out. And quite frankly, you guys can achieve this exact same thing. You just built it yourself. So why spend $350 on a site that you could just build yourself, you know, in, you know, 5 months or something like that? You could build, you know, 50 sites like this. So that's why we don't really typically want to get sites that have had a lot of SEO work that's obviously done to them. Okay, so there's that quick little lesson. We'll check out the question box and see what we've got going here. Scott W., you will not find the Facebook group by searching on Facebook. Send Mike an email, tell him to join. Yeah. Okay, Adam, probably an obvious question. If I buy a domain with good ranking, can I use that juice for more than one money site using linking methods? So when you're talking about good rankings here, Adam, I'm not sure if you're being very specific with that terminology, but the fact that it has good ranking can indicate that it's got a lot of good link juice that we can use to rank our websites. But it also might just indicate that there's no competition in the market, that it is, I mean, I could try to rank a website. This is what kind of high-level SEOs do to test their methods, is they will rank a website for a term like this. Okay, I just typed it in the chat box. This is not going to be anywhere else on the internet, that term, that combination of terms. So what they can do is isolate the fact that their methods work regardless of competition, meaning there's not going to be any competition for trying to rank for this keyword. And so they can build 2 different sites and use different methods to try to rank for those sites and see which one ranks higher in Google. That is, in a nutshell, the way really good SEOs test all of their methods, and Greg is included in that. So the other thing that we do is we actually look at the sites that are ranking for a niche that we want to get into and see what it's going to take to rank. Okay, I'm going to walk you through that process here real quick too, because that's actually something that's very valuable for you guys. And that kind of goes into another question that we had earlier. So I'm going to get into that too. Welton just sent you an email. Can you answer it here? Oh, yeah, it just popped up. Let me check it out, Welton, real quick. Then I'll get into kind of some of that analyzing competition stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep niche information confidential for you, Welton. First question we have is still recommending vSilo. I like vSilo. I like vSilo for building out sites very quickly. It's not the most ideal situation for building out a money site, because a lot of times we'll want to have different content on our pages for conversion purposes and branding purposes, but it can build out a website very quickly, and they still do very well. His second comment or question, are your videos that you mentioned here done? Can I see them? Yeah, I'm just reading this real quick just to get a good overview of this. Do you think? I'm just kind of looking through this to get the rest of the background on this question. Oh yeah, I remember your URL structure and all that stuff from before. Well, yeah, your URL structure was good from when I looked at your site earlier. I guess I'm looking at the email I just received, and it almost looks like there's more information that's not included in this specific email. I'm actually having trouble getting all the information I need to answer these questions properly. So, yeah, I guess I need some more information for this. We already answered the question before from it being over-optimized. Over-optimized, the big piece of the puzzle that you may not, that I haven't looked at, and that may be over-optimized would be anchor text, depending on what kind of things you've done with links. And then any suggestions you have on this? Yeah, send me some more information on that exactly, Welton. I'll answer it via email after the session wraps up. I don't really like to get a lot of questions that way, but I think in this case it might work better. Okay. Okay, James, got here late. Do you have preferred software for tracking YouTube video rankings? Oh, that's the fun one. So, no. Short answer, no, I don't. With YouTube videos, I've tried to use Microsite Masters. It works sometimes. You can't track YouTube for the video. You have to track the exact page that video comes up on. You can use Microsite Masters for that. I typically don't, just because it eats up a lot of my account, and I'd rather track websites for rankings than videos. You know, when I go after ranking a video, getting it on the first page is not challenging usually with the local niches. So I really don't track it that well. Quite frankly, unless you're tracking or building, you know, hundreds of videos going to check rankings on that one-off is not that big a deal. So I would kind of use just kind of the manual process to check YouTube videos personally. That's why I don't really have a YouTube video rank tracking software that I use that much. Adam, sorry, I refer to SEO Majestic, Trust, and Citation. Oh yeah, I don't pay a lot of attention to that, the trust and citation flow. It's not something I really. I just don't think that there's a reason to pay a ton of attention to that when we can look at some other metrics just as easily. That's kind of just a quick way of determining the quality of those links, which I want to do one off anyway for the powerful links. So just be kind of more information, and it probably doesn't not going to help me out that much. I'll send the question later. Oh yeah, thanks, Well. Okay, so going into like if we're going to go check, well, I'll leave this open just in case we come back to it. So if I were going to get into some kind of, all right, so okay, so acupuncture, Kansas City. This is a search term that you could go out and find an acupuncturist or a clinic that does acupuncture, and they may want to rank for this. And you may want to say, well, what am I going to have to do to rank on the first page of Google for this search term? Okay, acupuncture, Kansas City. So we've actually got a few people who are listed here above the local listings, which is cool. It probably also means that they've actually had some decent SEO done to their sites. Otherwise, the local listings typically pop up above them. So looks like there's some people trying to do SEO here because we've got some people that are building exact match domains. I'm actually from a town just south of Kansas City, so that's the reason I just threw it in here. So let's just check out this Mary Zhang. What I do when I check out competition here is to use Hrefs. It gives me a little quicker picture of what's going on with it. So you just put website in there. I don't know how I'm not signed in. Sign in here. Okay, so Hrefs typically pulls back more results than Open Site Explorer does. So this is showing 59 backlinks with 35 referring domains. In case anybody doesn't know, these backlinks, those are going to include, a lot of times, I'm not sure exactly if Hrefs does, I'm sure they do though. This also, backlinks are on-site backlinks, so cross-linking between pages and things like that. So it's not a lot of links on this site. But it does have links coming from 35 domains. That's reasonable to look at. Doesn't mean there's a ton of really crazy SEO done on it though. But what we're going to want to look at is, yeah, so 49 do follow, 9 no follow. Yeah, it's got 7 site-wide, things like this. Yeah, so strangely enough, yeah, most of the links are coming from traffic CTLD. I'm actually not sure what that's showing there. It's kind of crazy. Mine doesn't do that typically. Yeah, most of the links are coming from .coms, but it does have some BizOrg, some .au links. Doesn't have any government links. Doesn't have any military links. Doesn't have any .edu links. So this also will show you what the anchor text breakdown is for this website. So acupuncture is at 14%. Mary Zhang Chinese Medicine Clinic Inc. is at 14%. Mary Zhang with the HTTP on it, visit website, some totally random crazy thing there. An iceberg, interestingly enough, I'm not sure if that has something to do with acupuncture. Chinese medicine clinic. So this has got actually a pretty wide, variety of links coming to it. But you can see not that many. What we could do is to check where each of these links were coming from. Where is that? I don't use Hrefs that much to get kind of detailed information on it. So if we look at the backlinks report here, I think that's where it is. Oh no, that's a different thing. Oops. What the heck is going on here? Yeah. So if you just look at the external backlinks, this will tell you where these links are coming from. So it's got a Groupon deal link, DMOZ link. Just means it's a site that's been up for a while. Those are actually pretty cool to have, but it's not probably worth going after. Another Groupon, Yellow Pages. Yeah, see, these links are not. This is some kind of a big, heavy domain. It's got a subdomain built into it. 5 Elements Theory. Healthy Kidneys. Yeah, some short code there. Yeah, see, these links are not that great. So if you were going into this niche and you wanted to say, hey, I want to rank for this search term, number one, you can go into Hrefs and get pretty good breakdown of the anchor text that you want to start using to rank for this term. This is already what Google says it likes because this site is on first page. And result number one. But then you can also look at these other factors to tell how difficult it's going to be, what kind of quality of links you're going to have to build to overcome what they've got in place here. So hopefully that makes a little sense to you guys. Where are we here? Yeah, there we are. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, yeah, Jeremy's on. Good to see that. All right, so let me know if that makes any sense to you guys. I know it's kind of disconnected a little bit just because I'm trying to actually look at it and talk to you guys about it, teach about it and things like that all at the same time. But that's usually what you could do. Like I'll pull up, this might be just, overkill or something like that. But if we were going to look at so this is my site. So you can see there's no results found. There's no links, to this site. So let me see, maybe. Yeah, no, still not coming up. Yeah, because there's no sites, there's no links built to it. If I pull up Mile High Plumbing, the other site that I had, what is that, a .com? I think it's actually a .net. Yeah, so you can see here that, I just built a site, so, it's starting to get, a couple links popping in here recently. You can see what they are down here, milehighplumbing.net, milehighplumbing.net. That's all the only links that are showing up are, the actual naked URL. So that's how Hrefs works. And what I typically use it for is to just check out what's ranking in a certain niche for certain, couple keywords, and then figure out what I'll have to do to rank in those niches. I don't get into a ton of new niches anymore. I kind of have the ones that I work with, and I already know what I need to do with them. But for people just starting out, that hopefully gives you a little more insight into kind of some of the processes I take on the front end to have a better idea of what it takes to get into a niche and rank well for it. Oh, Janet says that was helpful. Okay. Hey, great. Yeah, definitely, Janet. I probably, well, I would like to do more with that that type of teaching for these office hours. I actually may set up one of the sessions a week to do just this exact type of thing, so that we can get back and forth questions about it, and also, you know, just open dialogue with what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and things like that. Okay, Welton says, great info about HRES regarding competition. This would fit in with your Google search process, where you look at the top 10 pages to see how many competitors you have. Yeah, exactly, Welton. You know, all these ideas kind of come together, and this is what we talk about. You know, why we don't do kind of a step-by-step list is it's kind of, you know, once you understand what we're looking at and what we need to think about, these ideas all just naturally kind of fit together. They fit into the frame that we've built to understand SEO, about what ranks, why it ranks, and what we can do to rank better than what's already out there. So, all right, Jeremy's got a comment here. Fletch, I'm planning to use a high domain authority expired domain for SEO money site. Would it be okay to redirect it to a branded new domain, mycompanyname.com? How does it affect the flow of link juice? Redirects work. They work pretty well, actually. I don't use them that much for expired domains as an entire domain redirect. That's just not something that I typically do. You know, redirects are what Link Juice Keeper does as far as a plugin on a site to redirect certain pages back to your home page, your money page. And so I use redirects that way. But as far as an entire domain redirect, I just don't do that much. I'm not sure exactly how well it works or how long those situations stay in place. But they are a legitimate way. I mean, the reason they have redirects and they work are because companies take on new identities, they acquire other old companies, and they want to keep the links and, you know, the traffic coming from those old links in place and things like that. So it's not any kind of black hat or anything to do things like that. So I would imagine that it would be a pretty decent process. It's just not something I've done personally, Jeremy. Oh, yeah, an hour late. Yeah, we started about an hour 15 ago. Yeah, I'm actually going to have to jump off here in another 5 minutes or so, Jeremy. But we've got another session scheduled for Thursday, and it will actually be, it will start an hour later than the session today started. So if that helps you out with scheduling, that'll be kind of where we are for Thursday. Janice says that would be great. You kind of set up a short sort of curriculum schedule with your office hours, typical Q&A always included too. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I'll definitely run that by David. He, you know, I've got a lot of leeway. I can kind of do what I need to do on these office hours, and it seems to work really well. Yeah, I'll run that by David. Make sure that there aren't any weird, you know, conflicts that I didn't think about with that, and then yeah, we'll kind of go from there, Jenna. Well, I think it would be great format for office hours to present on a topic per week, answer questions on other days. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Well, you know, and even when I do, you know, a presentation, it will just be kind of a topic. You know, we can talk about, like we just showed with HREFs and analyzing competition, or we can look at, you know, finding expired domains, or we can look at, you know, anchor text variation and making sure we're not over optimized, or, you know, things like that. Might be cool. Oh, Ted says he likes that idea too. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got some info out of it. Like I said, I hadn't really ever tried that before. Actually, it's funny. The computer I had up until about 2 months ago was an old, like, I'm seriously talking like a 6 or 7 year old computer. It was a Mac that I had from forever ago, and it was what I built everything I did last year on. I was definitely kind of miserly with my money, and didn't decide to upgrade my computer until just recently, after the first of the year. And my old computer, there's no way it would handle anything like that. It could keep up with, you know, a couple tabs here, but if we had too much going on, it would just bonk out. And my internet connection, I recently upgraded as well, which lets me do a lot more with this kind of multitasking online. So, yeah, okay, guys, we're going to go ahead and wrap up if I don't see any more questions here in the next minute or so. Yeah, otherwise, definitely appreciate everyone's time. Hopefully everybody got some good information out of this. It was kind of a smaller group today, so I think the format that we took with kind of going over a few things live seems like it was very helpful. So I'll probably start to do a little bit more with that moving forward. It's always, once you kind of get up and get going and get, the routine, it's a little tricky. Doesn't seem like it really should be, but it's a little tricky to kind of shift gears. But I think that something like that would not be that difficult or challenging. So, and it definitely would be kind of high value stuff. We'll look at trying to include that maybe starting next week as kind of a carrying forward of what we did today. Sylvia says, great idea to present a topic per session, Q&A next session. Yeah. Yeah, and what we'll probably do with that, Sylvia, is to not really have it be a static like presentation, but just kind of an interactive presentation like we had here, where I go talk about some concepts, come back over, make sure the chat, there aren't questions about what I'm covering, and then kind of go from there. So that way everything kind of is fresh with that type of thing. James, absolutely, man. Thanks for being on. Welton as well. Jeff, Sylvia, Nancy. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and stop the Camtasia recording. This hour flew by. I mean, it seemed like it was like 20 minutes in. And anyway, neither here nor there. But go ahead and get the Camtasia wrapped up. All right, everybody. Yeah, hopefully everybody can come on Thursday. I've actually got to jump over on another little webinar right now that I've got scheduled. So hopefully everybody got a lot out of this. Oh, George got a last-minute question here. Fletch, one of my URLs for PBN is getting a feed text and link 3 times a day. Should I block this or let it post? Missed your answer. Oh, actually, I responded to that question with kind of some more questions with exactly what you were getting at there, whether it was drip-fed links or content to keep that PBN fresh. Either of which would probably be fine. I would not worry about that too much. I think those are actually probably decent things to keep your network live and dynamic to a degree, if that's what you're talking about there. I would not worry about stopping that necessarily. Okay, Mary, thank you. Michael, thank you as well. We'll go ahead and stop the broadcast, and I'll look forward to seeing you guys all again on Thursday. Take care, and we'll catch you soon. Okay, guys, just got things started up here. A minute or two late, but I've been doing a site redesign, and I wound up kind of burying a page that had all the links on it that everybody was directed to, so I had to kind of jump over there and get that fixed and remedied. So got my sound turned up until I make sure that my sound is coming through on the broadcast. After that, I'll turn it down and we'll get going on coaching for the day. Okay, guys, just got things started up here. All right. Pardon me. It sounds like sound is working. So, all right. Yeah, TJ was on a session from previous, like last session or something like that. So yeah, in case you guys didn't pick up on it, I'm doing a few different things here on this website. It'll continue to look hopefully better and better and be easier and easier to figure out where we are. But it's kind of a project halfway completed at the moment. So you'll be able to find our sessions each week in largely the same way that you did before. But I'm building this out in a little better silo structure so I can actually do some things with it to rank for some keywords that I want to go after anyway. So, all right, yeah, Glenn's on, TJ's on. I think I saw Mary, Jeremy, Philip. Yeah, a pretty good crew. Yeah, we're kind of getting ramped up for more coaching sessions per week. I don't know if anyone didn't pick up on it, but Mike's actually going to do a coaching session as well. And all that information, as it always is going to be available to you guys in the members area on omgmachines.com. It's kind of in the news feed. David takes care of posting all that information. So, let me make sure we get a backup copy on Camtasia here. Okay, built-in mic, don't need system audio, don't need camera. Okay. Okay, and then this is for TJ, the info you sent me. I've actually got something kind of worked up, but it didn't quite make as much sense as I wanted it to. And I want to kind of use it as an example for others as well. So I'm kind of still working on that, but I hope to have it done today sometime. So I'll likely be able to get it over to you later this afternoon or this evening. And that's in reference to the kind of multiple social profiles that I'm using for authorship and or social signals. TJ had some questions about it, just making sure that he wasn't causing any kind of weird footprints or anything like that. So, Michael K just jumped on. Mark was on too. Very good. Actually, you know what I'm going to do here? I mentioned this last session. I'm going to let me see. Yeah, I was going to try to do that dictation, dragon dictation, but it looks like it's a little glitch in the software, so I'm not going to try that today. TJ said at least it made sense to me. Yeah, it's kind of a little bit of a convoluted, you know, when you try to talk about too many abstracts, it's easier to just give an example with a picture. So, Glenn, have you worked on fixing over-optimized anchor text? Can you just blast URL or branded links to correct this? If you don't have access to go back and, you know, change the anchor text, so if it's something that was a result of a link building tool or something of that nature, Glenn, yeah, it's going to be based on percentages. So what you're going to have to do is try to get the anchor text percentage down, and one way to do that seems to still be fairly safe is naked anchor or, you know, branded anchor text, which would be like the website or something like that, you know, website.com or whatever. So that would be one way to do that. It's not something I've had to do currently, just because I've been fairly conservative with my percentages on anchor text, and I haven't done anything that required me to go back and do that. But that would be one way to bring the percentages back down, especially with what YouTube rolled out recently. I have a feeling that there will be several people who are looking to kind of rescue videos that got demoted to the you know, 5th or 6th page or something like that. But you could just try to hit them with more links and bring that anchor text percentage down. Philip question: it's a real boost getting these extra sessions every week now. The new members are lucky to get such a running start. Yeah, I agree, Philip. I think these coaching sessions are a great way for people. You know, whether they're new to SEO and online marketing, or whether this is just kind of a new venture for them. It really helps, I think, acclimation and getting a feel for not only what we do, but kind of the way we look at things and the way we kind of analyze problems and go about, you know, attacking different markets. David, greetings, Fletch. Will Mike's office hours be recorded and replay on the main site? Yes, I'm sure it will be, David. We for all of our office hours, we record all of them. I've got a couple different recording. We usually have backups going as well. So they usually get posted within a couple days of the session. We try to get them up the next day, but sometimes it just doesn't always work that way. But Mike's session will be recorded and posted, I'm sure. George SF. I got used to saying SF George, and you're throwing curveballs for me. Fletch, on using host 9, you change the speedy DNS URL name servers. I only see one URL to match to a name server, and not a second. Yeah, you can. I'm trying to remember exactly where it is in there because I've been doing this all week. Yeah, when you add a second name server, so if you've got, like, you know, NS ns13.joshuafletcher.com and then ns14.joshuafletcher.com. If that's what you're kind of getting at, to get two different name servers added there. I'm trying to think exactly where we do this. I'd have to click over and look on that to see exactly what it's called. But yeah, you'll be able to add two name servers if you're in the right place. Custom name servers, whatever you're trying to build. All right, Stephen Toomey, I had an error when I submitted for Google authorship. I set it up according to the directions, and it showed my picture in the refresh bar, but said error occurred. Yeah, sometimes if you do like that test for the rich text snippets, Stephen, you'll get multiple errors depending on what it's actually looking for. But there are kind of several different layers of that rich text that you can add to your site that will do different things in the search results, the SERPs there. And whenever I submit, I just try to look to see whether it's confirmed that my picture shows up, because that is what Google needs to see to be able to add that authorship picture. Some of those other things would have to do with like star ratings or video thumbnails or things like that. So you don't have to have them all green to have authorship show up. Ted, Fletch, I'm building out a new money site, and I always struggle with using pages or posts. I made the first article as a post, but not sure how I should proceed. Any thoughts? An affiliate site. Yeah, Ted, a post is meant to be kind of a news item and something that has to do with a moment in time, kind of a recent development or something else that comes out. A page is really meant to be more static in nature and describe things that are more constant as far as information or books or reviews or things of that nature. You can put a post in place and try to rank it, and they rank fine, but they tend to not stick around as long if they're a post. So if it's really going to be one of the pieces of content that you want to stick around and that you're going to have kind of constant on your website, I would make that a page. I've got many websites that have 70 or 80 pages and really maybe one or two posts, and the pages rank really well and the rankings stick. With posts, my understanding, and this is information that I got from Sue, I believe, is that the posts tend not to have as long a lasting of a ranking effect. And I don't know too much about the differences, HTML-wise or whatever, within the WordPress CMS. But for the most part, the content that I build for sites is going to be put onto pages. Okay, KF, hey Fletch for Host9 Reseller. What's the process of putting up a PBN? We have the same name servers. Yeah, you can create custom name servers. That's the question that SF George was asking about. You don't have to, first of all. It's another level of security that I like to take, but it's something that is just kind of another, it's another thing that you want to get good at, just because it only takes a couple more minutes and it's a little more safety than security. So you can set custom name servers up after you get your separate IP address, your separate C-class IP. You can go ahead and set custom name servers up for that website, and that's what I recommend doing. Okay, Jeremy, Fletch, are you ranking Web 2s? I know that you're ramping up GSA efforts. If so, how are you positioning them in your overall structure as PBNs? Oops. As PBNs, as supporting money sites. A combination of the two. I've kind of started evolving my PBNs to higher and higher quality, which one of the reasons is that if you haven't already experienced this, a lot of times you guys will get a good, powerful PBN and put an article on it, and you'll wind up ranking that article because that PBN site has such strong domain authority. So to remedy that, I actually just turn the PBN into kind of a secondary money site. Not really to do any direct selling, but I'll try to drive traffic from that PBN over to the actual money site that I have. So I'm doing that same type of thing with my Web 2.0s. So it is a kind of a hybrid PBN site and money site all wrapped into one as part of my network. Okay, Luke B. Hi, Fletch. Regarding domain choice for SEO consulting, there are lots of options, but given a choice between SEO My City and My City SEO Expert, is one of these better when trying to rank for My City SEO? Yeah, order of words is going to come into play there with this, Luke. Even though this is the exact 3 words, you've added another word on the second option. This order is going to give you a little more oomph. The expert term is something, just really think it through. Sometimes people are looking for that and they want to find that. There are other types of people who might look at that as a potential, kind of tooting your own horn type of thing. But the fact is, if you're ranking for it, then so what? But yeah, of the two, if you're trying to rank for My City SEO, I would opt for the second choice there. Whoops, that one. Okay, Glenn, you mentioned some videos losing their rankings. Would you discuss that? Yeah, Glenn, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago. There were a lot of people who said, oh yeah, YouTube ranking's dead. You know, they've changed the algorithm. We can't rank YouTube videos with spam links anymore. Blah, blah, blah. Sky's falling kind of thing. It was for a lot of people, but what had happened is that Google updated its YouTube algorithm so that it started paying more attention to the percentage of anchor text that's used. So we can still use very low quality links on YouTube to rank videos, but they need to have a much more conservative anchor text percentage. I usually keep mine under 20% on that, on the submission side. And I haven't had any trouble with it. Everybody I know of that has been conservative with their anchor text percentages for YouTube videos has experienced the exact same thing. I would also imagine, if it hasn't already, that would continue to roll out to other types of properties, not just YouTube. So if you're looking at trying to rank directory listings or Web 2.0s or things of that nature, I would make sure that you have a decent variation within your anchor text percentages. Okay. All right, Luke B, regarding website graphics, where do you get the graphics for web banners, e.g. Chrome Dome, on your milehighplumbing.net site homepage? I don't even know what's on there right now. I'm not sure if I've looked it up. Let me check it out, see what you're talking about. Most of the graphics, I actually kind of like doing graphics myself. If you're talking about that guy, that's just stock images that comes with that actually came with the skin. This dude that's in here. I think that's the only image I have here, so that must be probably what you're talking about. So I tend to I make all my own stuff. It's kind of a skill that I enjoy, and so it's not something I've really farmed out much at all. If I got to do like a custom logo, I'll outsource that on Fiverr. But making sure I was back on the right page here. Creating banners of the right size and all that kind of thing. I use a software called GIMP. I'll type it in here if anybody doesn't have it. It is essentially a free version of Photoshop. It does everything that Photoshop does. And like I said, it's free, it's lightweight, it actually performs really well on my Mac, on my laptop. And I've been using it for a better part of a year, and am a big fan of it if you do any kind of work with graphics or anything like that. Okay. Oops. That was Luke's question. Okay, Steven. All right, I've got an affiliate site producing a little income, and I want to know, should I buy another PBN link and throw it at that money site, as I don't have much of a PBN built up myself yet, or point it to a DUI site that I'm building out that is not producing money yet, just looking for a direction? Depends on how much money is still on the table with that affiliate site, Steven. If you're like kind of at the lower part of the first page or something for some money keywords and you're producing some income, I'd get another link to it. There's a massive amount of difference in the number of calls and traffic and sales that you generate between like position 8 and position 2 on the first page. It's like it's a factor, it's like a logarithmic, exponential increase. It's like 10 times as much, my experience. So I would look at doing that and getting that one site to produce, a better chunk of income, and then use that income to expand your PBN. Because with the DUI site, it's likely going to be more money per month, but it's also probably going to take you even more work. And you'd essentially be kind of, I don't know where you are financially, but you dig more of a hole before you get the really, the money coming in to expand your PBN. Whereas if you just improved how much money that one affiliate site was making, you could get more cash flow positive and put more money back into expanding your own PBN. It's just my thoughts. Luke B, video marketing, can you put a URL in a YouTube video page which links directly to a product page like ClickBank? I think that's against the YouTube terms of service, Luke. I've heard some things about it. I never do that anyway. I like to use YouTube as not only a traffic generation, but I use it to rank, I use it to generate traffic, but I also use it to point no-follow link juice back to my money sites. So I always like to point those links back to my money sites. TJ, what type of site are you putting up 70 to 80 pages for? Client, affiliate, CPA? All those, TJ. When I build, I'll actually kind of give you guys a little, this is essentially what I've been doing for the entire last year. When I went through that series on the 60-day day job killer, and I talk about kind of having your big central homepage, or not homepage, but website that has all the stuff that you do as a company or as a niche, service provider. Those sites typically have somewhere between 50 and 100 pages on them. And then all the little satellite sites I build are usually pretty small. They're like 7 or 8 pages. So I typically combine all of those types of properties into one offering to a business. So I rarely do SEO consulting. I think that most people talk about. I'll do SEO consulting for a company, but it'll just be for like their website, and that will only be part of the project. The secondary part of all of my projects is typically lead generation, and those are done through smaller websites that I build as satellite sites that I own and control. Kay is asking about how to do custom name servers. The easiest thing to do is just to check out the tutorial videos with Host9 about custom name servers, or do a Google search on it. It's a pretty simple process. It's just a few clicks. Once you've got your once your website's all rectified and showing out to the internet, you can just make a couple changes on name servers, and it'll give you a private name server there. Okay. I could go through it, but I'd have to kind of have that set up because it would show you. It would show everybody here all my PBN sites. So we could maybe do a video on it. I might go through and do that. I'm going to take a note and make sure that we have that. I actually haven't looked to see if we have any videos on private name servers yet. Like I said, even if you don't do that, you're still safe if you're on a separate C-class IP, because there are going to be literally millions of sites on those name servers. It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's just another measure of safety, Kia. I don't even know what custom name servers are. Just you guys talking about it. Yeah, honestly, I don't either. But I know it's kind of one of those things that, Greg says do it. Todd says, yeah, it's probably best practices. So I kind of follow the lead on that. Yeah, so I don't know, the smart chat box. I might just buy a different, the full version of it and see if we don't have any, or less snags. Actually, let me go check my email real quick and make sure that nobody got locked out today. Yeah, it looks like we're pretty good. Yeah, we're in good shape. Okay. Let me go back down here. All right, Stephen Toomey, for Nashville SEO YouTube videos, the video showed that the keywords were just listed. Is that not okay to do anymore? Are you talking on the description, Stephen? So their video just has like, you know, SEO Nashville, SEO Franklin, you know, just line after line after line. That's okay to do. That's fine. That really kind of comes down to the fact that Google still needs to see a keyword on a page to rank you for that term. And so by putting that list of keywords in the description, you're making sure that if Google thinks that you're okay to rank for SEO Franklin, you're not kept out of ranking for SEO Franklin just because it doesn't say SEO Franklin on the page anywhere. What we were talking about earlier is the actual anchor text that we use for link building tools that point back to that YouTube video. We don't want that to be way over the top anchor text percentage-wise. Okay, Mary, would you say there's a difference between setting up a customer site to rank and ranking your own money site? I guess I'm asking if I have a formula, can I just rinse and repeat it no matter what kind of site? Yeah, you know, for the most part it is, Mary. I've ranked a couple sites too that weren't WordPress. I'm certainly no HTML expert at all. I try to not have to mess with it in any fashion. So there were a couple people who had sites that were kind of simple and they were clean and they looked good as far as just not being over-optimized URL structure-wise and title tag-wise. And so I essentially just sent some PBN links to it and it worked fine. So yeah, it's kind of rinse and repeat from my understanding. If you have an existing client site, though, what you need to do is go through and make sure that they're not over-optimized with their title text and their URL structure. Aside from that is just really getting your links to it. Okay, Tom, if I was considering a domain name for HVAC and I found HVAC.net was available versus HVAC My City, which would be better to rank given more searches will be for HVAC versus HVAC My Site, which I think means city. And the IP addresses used will drive the people. I hope this makes sense. Yeah, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. So if you have a search term that will trigger a Google local result, like if you're looking for, if you just do a search for carpenter, or a drywall company, for instance, you're not going to return national results because Google is evolved enough to know that if you're looking for a contractor or a certain type of service provider, you are likely looking for somebody in your city or your area who can do that. And so I think kind of what Tom's getting at is the fact that you can optimize for like HVAC, and want to be shown up only with HVAC and your city, if you live in Seattle or something like that. I have found it, pardon me, I've actually still found it easier to get the longer domain name on that, Tom, to rank, even if somebody's just typing in HVAC. If they're in your city, this is still going to have a very easy time in ranking. And I don't know if it's because Google actually just finds out where your IP is and attaches a city name or a couple city names to it and runs the query that way. I'm not sure how they do it, but my experience has been with a site like this that it's still very easy to rank for a search term that doesn't have the city attached to it. This would be just fine though too. This is actually probably more valuable long term if you wanted to build out a really, really large site, but you know, more and more often I'm not finding those huge directory sites that are ranked as well as they used to be. So I would tend to be a little more specific with it. Maybe go with that. Okay, Michael K. There are small images near the links on the right for Mile High Plumbing. They are thumbnails of the videos on each page. What program plugin do you use to do that? That's vSilo plugin, Michael, from Network Empire. It does that automatically for you. So you're talking about these little thumbnails next to the menu items. There's a setting in the dashboard for, I'm going to click in and show you guys exactly what he's talking about. This, no, that's not it. Any short codes. Actually might not be a, you might actually have to opt out of it instead. That's videos. So import show on that. That's style, that might be it. Nope. I just missed it here. Yeah, it must automatically do that for you. I know there's a way to get to opt out of that, but I'm not sure exactly where it is. If anybody has this help menu that they have, it has all the videos embedded here on how to use it. And I'm pretty sure one of these videos talked about how to turn that off or on, Michael. But it's, yeah, it's vSilo Builder from Network Empire. I just got a message for somebody. Hang on 1 second. Grab that link real quick. Sorry guys, I'm just trying to get somebody into the coaching session. A couple people at the same time, looks like. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, back to the questions. Tom, what does a no-follow link back to my money site mean? Okay, so when we're looking at, let's go ahead and open this up. Oops. Okay, so when we're looking at this is, joshuafletcher.com, so where you guys are. So this no follow link here, certain websites designate the fact that you can only leave no follow links on them. So this is actually from Law of Implication. I posted a comment, kind of testimonial to Law of Implication there, and it turns out it's a no follow link. You get stuff from Alexa, for being in the top 300,000 sites and everything. Those are no follow link. This is a regular follow link. So they say either no follow above them or nothing. If they say nothing, it's a do follow link. Do follow links tend to pass more link juice. It's not that no follows don't pass anything though. They actually do. They're good to have. I'll put it that way. Don't avoid them by any stretch of the imagination. They're just not quite as valuable as do follow links for what we try to do. So if you post a link in the description on your YouTube video, you get it is a no follow link. Okay. Where were we? All right, Michael, okay, about a month ago you mentioned you were sending me a zip file plugins you said were valuable. They were mentioned here a month ago. You could send those to me. I wonder if you can still do that. So it's not about installing the silent script. Yeah. Refresh my memory. Send me an email, Michael, on that to refresh me on exactly what those were. With the stuff that we have, The license agreement that we have means that I need to be the one installing it, just so it doesn't wind up on 70 different websites without somebody actually paying for some of the licensing themselves on it. But yeah, just hit me up on an email there, and I'll get it back to you if we can, something like that we can. TJ, if I understand correctly, you're currently using the same strategies described in the 60-day series, multiple websites, client, large central core site. Absolutely correct, TJ. Yeah, I'm actually just, I got a new project that's it's been one I've been working on for quite a while. That is, it'll be my largest project to date, and it's set up that way. So I'm doing SEO and build out of their branded website for their company, and then we also have an ongoing pay-per-lead contract in place that are all the satellite sites that all own and operate and run. Bob L, there are pretty clear instructions of custom name servers in the videos. Oh, thanks, Bob. Yeah, I figured there were. It seemed like I'd seen them, but it's something that I already kind of knew how to do or figure out myself. So I just hadn't seen it specifically. Glenn says that's the same as well. He actually has a link to it. Very good. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so George, you guys' name switched around. Oh, man. Alright, hang on a second, guys. I might have to close some applications here. I got a memory overrun error. And for whatever reason, it paused Firefox before it paused anything else. So I'm just going to close down all the other applications I don't need right now. It's wild. Okay. Alright, I think I got it saved. So close some applications here. Yeah, it looks like we're still going okay. Alright, Fletch, there are videos on GoDaddy regarding name servers. Host 9 seems to be a tad more convoluted. Change browser to get back to SF George. Yeah, yeah, each hosting company has its own little, unfortunately, it's certainly not, there are no standards, it doesn't seem, within that type of thing. Once you start picking up websites on these different hosts, I would strongly recommend you guys kind of go through the first time you do it, figure out how to do it, take notes, and maybe even make yourself a tutorial video. Because if it winds up being a month between, setting up a new, a new registrar and getting your hosting dialed out, you tend to forget some of those things. And so you've got your own little tutorial video. You can just breeze right through it. It doesn't become complicated. It's also something you can use for outsourcers to train. So that's what I do typically. And then I just stick all those videos in a kind of tutorial file for myself, so that next time I have to go back and do something, I can just grab the video, watch it, and unless they've updated their website, it definitely saves me some time of relearning that type of thing. Fletch, I'm not sure if you were telling me to purchase HVAC.net or HVAC My City. I would go with HVAC My City, the EMD on that, Tom. I might buy this as I buy a lot of domains, even if I don't have a clear need for them. For something like that, you can always use it as a test or as a different strategy on it, but I tend to still go after very specific EMDs and do well with them. But it kind of depends on what kind of website you're building. If you're just building one out for kind of a local contractor or local lead generation, this HVAC My City, or something with like branded HVAC. Like I did with Mile High Plumbing. Well, Mile High City, Denver, the Denver Plumbing Company, right? So I do things like that too, which is kind of a PMD, what we call a partial match domain. I like to do those quite a bit. Silo for the sidebar is in the widgets. Oh, yeah, that's right. So this is back on the Mile High Plumbing site. So in the widgets area. This is what this DWS Advanced Silo is what you have to drag over here into your widget area on the sidebar. And this checkbox here to show thumbnails is where you designate whether or not you want those thumbnails to show up. So you can turn it off and on just like that. Yeah, good catch on that. Is that Glenn? Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Okay, Chris, the V-Style option to turn off the thumbnails is under appearances and widgets in this widget setting. Yeah, thank you both on that one. TJ, Fletch, the V-Style thumbnail check. Oh, yeah, you guys all are on top of it, man. You know where these things are better than I do off the top of your heads. I said, George, FYI, you all may know this, but I found out I can create a Google ID by enrolling in Google Plus first without phone verification. This used to be true on YouTube, but lately ran into new IDs needing phone verification just in case others. I hope Google isn't watching. Yeah, as far as I know, we don't have any Google spies. I think they're all busy enough with what they're trying to do. Oh my gosh. Hey, I think maybe it may have been you, TJ. Were you talking about like a stand-up desk? Or was that somebody else that I had in one of my coaching sessions? I've been looking at maybe getting a stand-up desk. My posture's getting to be atrocious since I've been sitting down for the better part of a year now. My back hurts all the time. Question from Glenn about the Mile High Plumber site. Mile High Plumber site is up to about I think somewhere like 40, 50 people a day maybe, which is actually really strong for a local lead gen site. The thing is, though, it's kind of hard for me to know how many of those people are, potentially coming from the group to check out that site. I can go by location, and by the location, everything within Denver it's over 20 a day, which is probably good enough to monetize. I just haven't yet. I want to do some more to it before I try to do that. And it actually is one of the reasons I did that site. It actually kind of comes into play with this big project that I've been taking on. It will wind up being kind of one of the peripheral sites for lead generation for this outfit. Yes, if George is saying there's a chair specifically designed for bad backs and computer use. Yeah, I got a good back. It hurts. So it's bad in the way that like you smack a dog for being bad. It's strong as all get out, but it just doesn't like to be sitting in one location for these long periods of time. TJ had a stand-up desk for a while, but had to get rid of it when I moved. Take a look at Fix My Own Back Pain. Get you a copy. Yeah, okay. I'll check that out, TJ. Thank you. I'll write that down, actually. I'm leaning on a mouse. Yeah, Philip, it's one of those things. I mean, I try to get up and move around every hour at least and do something, but I just need to be better about it. It needs to fit into my schedule better. I'm actually gonna, this site that we're on here that I use for coaching, I'm gonna turn into, it's gonna have reviews of the stuff that I use. So if I wind up getting some products that I like, I'll put reviews of the products on here. Turn it into make a little affiliate money on the site. Look at this, man. I got everybody helping me out. Thank you, guys. Josh, your stand-up desk, buy a second monitor and stick it on the wall. On a cheap $30 arm. It's cheaper. Yeah. I need to get a secondary monitor anyway. I do most of my work now off a laptop,
It's a new laptop. It's got a lot of power, but it's got a small monitor. So I need a secondary monitor anyway. That's a great idea. Wear 2 options for back. If you're on a chair without back and legs, growing your seat, or a Tempur-Pedic seat pad. My current choice. I actually had one of those no back chairs for a while. They were kind of cool. All right, back on topic here. Michael K. Is the primary linking the Mile High site from PBNs like Calculus, or have you used another form of linking strategy? Right now, the only linking strategy I've used, I think I've hit it with a couple links, Michael, and social. So I wanted to get kind of some social activation going. I don't have any profiles attached to it, but I do have mentions across about a dozen different social accounts on some Facebook feeds, on some Twitter feeds, on a couple Google Plus profiles that I have access to, things of that nature. So they're not any really, high-powered static links, but it is kind of indicative of, oh, people are talking about this site online. So that's all that I've got going to it right now. I think 2 links from fairly weak PBN sites. And when I say fairly weak, I mean pretty dang weak. I haven't hit it with anything powerful at all yet. I need to kind of brush it up a little bit and clean up the actual, not content, but the arrangement of the search terms that I'm going after on each silo. Okay, TDL, newbie question. After I've completed WordPress, what do I do to get Google to find my site? Is this called indexed by Google? Yes, it is. Do you need to do a press release? No, you don't. I see Magic Submitter was mentioned in the training videos. Anyway, need to elaborate on things. You do. Thank you. Yeah. To get it indexed, my biggest trick or tip is to just go grab a YouTube video that's relevant to whatever your site is going to be, TDL, and just embed that on a page or a post on your website. That's the quickest, easiest, cheapest, and safest way to get your site indexed. Typically when I do that, I will get a crawl within a day, if not quicker. If you have the ability to mention it on any of your social profiles, like Facebook or a Google Plus page or something like that, that's also a very good way to get it crawled and indexed. And so once a site's indexed, it kind of sits in Google's list of sites that it sends its bots out to check on things, and then come back and it builds the database that it uses to do the algorithm for ranking. So yeah, you can use the easiest way to do that is just to embed a video or to mention it a few times on Twitter or Google Plus or things like that. Pretty easy. And great question, by the way. I've actually noticed quite a few people asking about indexing and using things like pinging or indexing services and things like that. I don't use indexing services or ping, anything like that. TJ also have a great tool for home decompression called Newbacks. Worth $300 to have one at home. Oh yeah, I might check that out, TJ. Thank you. TDLC Google Toolbox. Yeah, that's a Webmaster Tools thing. There's also some tools in there, I think. I don't use Webmaster Tools that much, personally. I have it installed on several of my sites. I'm not in the dashboard very often. Okie dokie. Graham says, screwed up time zones again. Did you get my question on email? Did I miss that answer? No, I wasn't able to get that answered yet, Graham. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I might be able to answer it here. Oh yeah, see, you sent something this morning. Okay, let me read. I'll just make sure there's nothing that's too secretive. Okay, so question from Graham. I've been trying to rank a money site for my search term. It's only 260 searches a month according to the keyword planner. After 22 blog network links, I'm still only number 7. Okay. I've been looking at the anchor text used for these links and wonder if I'm missing a trick. The main keywords are product name, so I use a lot of anchor text where the product name is in the phrase wholly or partially. Okay. These phrases were not keywords with volume in their own right. Okay, according to Keyword Planner. In relation to anchor text for PBNs, should we always use a phrase or keyword planner, a phrase from the keyword planner as anchor text? No, not necessarily, Graham. That's not something that you need to do. So that is anchor text has potential traffic. No, you don't need to do that. And will using these help us rank more for our main keyword? If you use only anchor text that shows a volume in Keyword Planner, you're not going to rank necessarily more for the money keyword you're going after, but there is a stronger likelihood that you will rank more for some of those secondary keywords, Graham. So that might be something that you want to take a look at. It depends on a lot of things with that, how tight the niche is, how not only strong the competition is for a single keyword like that, but also if there's like an authority site that's ranking really strongly for 15 keywords that are all very closely related, you can kind of run into that. So you've got only kind of, you've got your pinpoint competition, you've also got, kind of a shotgun competition. And both of those things will kind of come into play for you there. There's a lot of factors that that come into play. It sounds like 260 searches is not enough that usually gets a lot of attention for people that are doing pretty strong SEO. 22 blog network links is actually, that's quite a bit for anything with this low of a search volume, from my experience. I usually am ranking better than that, especially if it's a local term at all. Number 7. It depends on your time frame here too, Graham. Make sure you're giving your links kind of enough time to do what they're going to do before you hit them with something else. I tend to be a much slower link builder, I think, than some people kind of get in and they're hitting links pretty quickly, pretty regularly, and I tend to go much slower in my link building. And that you may just need to wait a little longer between your links, or give it a little time to do some stuff, and then hit it with another link. Anchor text is something to look into, though. TDL question over to SF George. Okay, Nathan B. I've got a client with a lame company branded website. Okay. Plan to focus on making a lead generation site using the MD and worry about fixing their lame site later. Okay. What are your thoughts about this approach? What's good? What's bad? Thanks. Yeah, great approach, I would think, Nathan. You can put an EMD up, and even multiple EMDs, depending on how big their services are. If they offer a lot of different services, you could potentially even make several different EMDs to generate leads for them. And have those all kind of semi-branded type of things, so they're not really their main website, but it might be their company name, that Asphalt Shingles, or their company name, Hex Repipe, or depending on what they're doing. But yeah, you can build a lot of different types of sites to generate leads for a single company. Still got a question here from one of our members. Oh, yeah, he's using the wrong password. All right, hopefully that'll work. Okay, then Philip, this is so great with fresh blood contributing ideas and stimulating discussion. I wrote for the Fletch channel to be permanent. It's good to hear, Philip. Thank you. Yeah, I certainly like doing this. This is one of the high points of my day usually. Rob, I'm feeling really stuck in buying domains for my PBN. I bought one last week on GoDaddy for $100. Paid 35 or so PR2. I think I was ripped off, but I want to get started. Yeah, Rob. If it, you know, the thing is that you can be very patient and build out a PBN on a very, very conservative budget. And you can get sites, you know, for $35 that do some good, that you're going to be able to get some use out of. But it's kind of just like in business, you know, you can have it, you know, what is it, good, fast, or something else. There's like three things, right? So if you want to build out a PBN fast, you're likely going to have to spend some more money on it, just because you don't have the time to wait around for those bargains. You know, Greg's in a different part of his career right now where he can really wait for the bargains to come by. I'm kind of in between those two. You know, I look for the bargains, but I'm still in a, you know, a growth phase. So, you know, there's times when I just need to go buy a domain and I got to spend, you know, a few $100 on one if I want a good one quickly. So, yeah, definitely, you're not alone in having that be one of the things that is, I won't call it of concern, but something that's very, I don't know, maybe it is of concern, but it's something that causes some frustration to a lot of people. I'll put it that way. So yeah, it's just it kind of comes with the territory with PBNs being as valuable as they are for people who know how to use them. And quite frankly, I see a lot of people still overspending. And the thing with that is, Rob, they're going to continue to buy sites and, you know, use their budgets up too quickly. It doesn't sound like they're too out of whack. $100 on if it's a PA35 with a PR2, depends on the links, of course, because those numbers don't always give us a full picture of it. But you may very well have gotten a really good site for that. So follow up with Rob, spending hours on registered conference HREFs and MOS. What amount would you say you spend for PR domain you like, and how much time do you usually spend getting it? Boy, there's a lot of fluctuation, Rob. And there's a lot that goes, like I said, I was just saying, you know, there's a lot that goes into looking at the links and understanding the quality of the links that's not clearly displayed in the page authority and the page rank and the domain authority. Domain authority is probably the easiest thing to kind of correlate to the quality of links going to it. I have a feeling I probably spend around, I don't know, an hour, I don't know, probably an hour per site that I get. But that also includes, sometimes I just go in and I'll buy 3 or 4 cheapo sites that are not great, but they're not horrible, that I use because some of my local contracting sites really don't take much. And so I just know that some sites like that in my PBN are worth it. But for good sites, I spend an hour plus probably for every site that I wind up winning, maybe an hour or two. It's actually probably closer to 2 hours for decent sites that I get. And you know, I'm saying decent just as a real generalization, don't take too much into it, but like for a PR3-ish, you know, PBN site. Okay, Graham, thanks for the insight text. Catch the rest on replay. Oh, great to have you, Graham. Yeah, thanks, bud. Jeremy, I'm chasing my tail, trying to update and curate content for social profiles, which is the most effective tool for social content syndication. I'm actually looking at a tool right now that I have not implemented yet that will do this very effectively. Costs money on a monthly basis, but it's scalable. So if you're small with the number of sites or pieces of content that you want to syndicate out, it would be very scalable for you, Jeremy. But I've not used it yet. I hate to mention things that I've not used currently, but right now it looks good. The things I have used are SYNND, send, and then also if this, then that, IFTTT. Those are the 2 programs that I've used to syndicate my content across my own channels. I think Send, actually, you can buy subscriptions to get it onto other people's networks as well. But I actually haven't used that for a while. The IFTTT is what I use to syndicate across my own channels. The program software that I'm looking at now will push it out to other people's profiles and networks to get a much larger footprint, social footprint, for syndicating our own content. SF George TLD. Oh, this is a response to a question he had. Have you started using pages in post place? Okay, I'll let you guys have that discussion back and forth. Michael K, what is the link for the Google Plus sign up? Checked a couple different links, and it has usual request for phone. So phone verification. Okay. Dave, hi Fletch. Do I need a link? Do I need to link my money site post pages with my home pages? Does it matter what anchor text I use, or should it just be relevant to that page or post? Yeah, for interlinking on a site, Dave, I haven't been doing it as much as I started out. More recently, I let my menu items do a lot of the linking across my site, especially now that I'm starting to use some silos. You really need to be careful about where you're linking to on your site, because that whole concept of silos really needs to isolate those verticals from each other. So if you mistakenly put a link from one silo over to another silo, you're kind of defeating the purpose of having a silo. With smaller sites, little microsites and stuff, yeah, interlinking is still good practice. You don't really need to worry about it too much. Anchor text-wise, it's mostly just letting Google see that you've got relevant content across your site that relates to itself, and you do a good job of helping people navigate to the content that they want to see. So that's really kind of the concept behind it. If you follow those guidelines, you'll be in good shape. TDL, thanks. Okay. That's to SF George was helping out on a question. Janet, hi there, just joining now. Quick question about content. I know Greg stresses the importance of quality, unique content. Is there a role for quality curated content, either in PVN or money sites? Yes. I am a big fan of curated content. When you think about most of the way we learn and most of the way we relate information to each other, very little of that would be truly unique. If we quote someone else, if we tell a story that we saw on TV, if we tell somebody that 2 + 2 is 4, that's information that came from our teacher. That teacher taught us based on something they learned. And in that way, what we really need to get at is making sure that we provide valuable information to people. I think that the concept of unique info or unique content is a little bit misleading, because the fact that it's unique is not what's going to make it valuable. You can add to the value of it by putting your own spin on it, by putting your own twist on it, and you want to do that, especially with curation. But the core elements of what you're talking about or wanting to share with people does not necessarily have to be something that you just sit down on a computer and type up or have a content provider do for you. Curation and then syndication, which is our content going out, there's a very big desire for Google to have that kind of thing. So I'm certainly not trying to tell you to go out and put the exact same content on 20 different pages on the same website. Google's going to say there's no value there. But start to consider what the value that you offer is going to be within your pieces of content, your pages, your Web 2.0s, your videos, everything. That's what we're providing. That's why we get paid, by adding value. And the more value you can add easier, the more you're going to get paid, the more you're going to be able to scale up. So I would definitely start to consider ways that you can utilize and make the most out of curated content. Good content you can curate, you can add some of your value to, you can add your spin on, and do things like that. Okay, Kia, would you prefer PR5 44432 going to an expired domain with PR1 with domain authority 27 be good? Check the links, look pretty good, no spammy, 4% links. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great link profile right there, Kia. There's no problem with that at all. Make sure that, especially if it's a PR4 or above link, I check the source code, make sure it's still on the page, because those are actually powerful enough that if I'm going to spend money on them, I want to make sure they're still in place. But yeah, that's a great looking site to me. Anything with PBNs with reciprocal links? Not a big fan. There's too many things that can go wrong. Too many. If they've got a bunch of reciprocal links on them, it's likely that they have been utilized for, well, for SEO purposes. Somebody was trying to do something SEO-wise with them, which is kind of what we try to. It sounds weird, but we kind of try to stay away from that, just because there could be a lot of things in place that we don't really like. You know, if Open Site Explorer is not showing a bunch of links that, you know, potentially are spammy or negative, you can get into some trouble there. So yeah, just you know, if you see stuff like that, you may want to go check Hrefs. They show more links and tends to show more spammy links, I think. But that original site you showed looked good to me. TDL. I find the most difficult part as a newbie is to find a local business to market. Okay. I come from 95 IT background. How do I find a local business to market? Oops. How do I find a local business to market? Could you give me some suggestions, insights, things? If you're in IT, it depends on what part of IT you're in. I actually kind of was in IT for a while, like after grad school, but it was I did computer-based maps and databases, which is not really managing people's networks of any sort. But one of the things I could do, and I've actually thought about doing, is what I used to do was GIS, Geographic Information Systems. I knew a lot about it. I still know a lot about it. But that industry is technical enough. Sounds strange. Their marketing, and specifically their online marketing, is typically horrible. So if someone were looking for a GIS consultant or GIS firm to work with, a typical place to find something like that they don't work with, you know, day in and day out. It's kind of a specialty thing that when you need it, and that's the only thing that works. But when you don't even really think about it. They would go online and look for something like that. So I would tend to try to focus on businesses that do not typically have a day-to-day relationship with a customer. You know, plumbers can be one. Irrigation, you know, landscaping services can be another one. You know, when somebody moves to a new house, they need to get a new landscaper. You know, house painting, something that doesn't happen that often. Roofing. With IT, I'm sure there's a lot of things that fall under there that I just don't know off the top of my head. Car repair can typically be one. You know, windshield repair. Some of these niches that are just like, man, when something happens, most often somebody's going to go on the internet to look for a company that can help them out with it. So I would kind of start there. And if you've got an IT background, unless you just hate it and you want to get away from it as fast as you can, I would start to think about other companies that you know of in that industry, other contacts you have that might be, you know, contractors or service providers that worked with you in different projects in your past, and start to look and see what they do, their scope of work, what their marketing looks like online, and if there's a good fit. I always like to see also companies that are paying pay-per-click, because it means they have a marketing budget and they are willing to spend money online to get new customers. That's usually a consideration that I take into account too. Okay, Glenn, have you noticed a trend of under-optimizing to see site rank? I have expired URL with the new zero PR. Okay, I'm just gonna. I think this is probably PR8. Domain authority 22. Oh, 22 page authority, 8 domain authority, 0 PR. Okay. Okay, so pretty weak site, expired, and 1 page of content ranking 7th for SEM Omaha. Ah, that's not a trend that I've noticed, Glenn. That might be a good catch. You might be kind of onto something. Yeah, that's certainly a site. I mean, you can get to that level with about 2 links on it, and not even strong links. That's very interesting. I hadn't noticed that. No, kind of news to me. Glenn's site has no links, actually. Yeah, so it just has the domain authority from the content that you have on it, and from, you know, potentially getting some traffic. Very interesting. Huh. I might have to play around with that a little bit. I haven't heard anything from Greg about it either, or any of the other people in the group that share stuff like that. Interesting. Hey, Dwayne's on. Good to have you here, buddy. TJ, are you using V7 Builder on your small site, 7-8 pages? It seems too thin for silo structure. And if that is true, are you using a simple multi-page structure for those small sites? Yeah. So most of those sites are only gonna be like one layer deep. It's gonna be the home page, and then like maybe 6 pages under that. So it doesn't really fit with silo. I usually don't use silo structure on it. Doesn't mean I won't go grab a video and embed it to try to get it indexed quickly, or let Google see that I'm trying to do some stuff with it. But the silo plugin per se, I don't use on those type of sites. TJ. Michael K. is a very good explanation of curated content. Oh, great, Michael. Yeah, it's something I've been a big fan of for a long time, and I think it's becoming a little more, I won't say commonplace. I think people are still very much set in their unique content concept. But it works very well, I'll put it that way, for Google. And it seems to be working better and better, which is nice to see because I think it fits with the natural way that we communicate as humans. SF George Fletch, check the source code. Is that using HREFs? Oh, yeah. Go to the page and view code on that SF George. Yeah, so like on this page, this is a Firefox. I don't know what will come up if I pull it up. Like on Firefox, if you go to Tools and Web Developer, and then click on Page Source, it'll pull up a little, pop-up window that lets you see what the HTML code for that page is. And in that HTML code is where you're going to see the code for a link. And that's what we want to make sure is in place with when we're going through our expired domains. And it happens quite a bit. I'll find a site that looks really good, and it turns out that 3 or 4 of the more powerful links are just not there anymore. Which, if people don't take that extra step and research it, they think they're working with a pretty strong site, and they're willing to pay $300 or $400 for it, and it's really only worth about $100. So they overpay, and then they also get frustrated with how much good that site does when they start linking out from it because it actually does not have as much power as they thought it would. Rob was told by a big IMer that even if there is spammy links to stuff like Viagra, etc. for PBN domain, as long as the new content is not Viagra, etc., if it's different content, that is, there is no Google penalty. Well, so there's a bunch of different types of Google penalties on that, Rob. A Google penalty, the penalties are most typically associated with ranking for certain keywords. So if you've got a ton of spam links about Viagra going to a website, very strong likelihood that you are not going to be able to rank for Viagra. But you still may be very able to rank for a gold IRA or for a roofing contractor in Texas or something along those lines. So there's a couple different layers of things, and it's easy to get kind of crossed up on the concepts. A penalty is usually associated with the ability to rank for a keyword or a set of keywords. So even if that penalty is in place to rank for Viagra, you still might be able to rank that specific site for some other keyword. Now, that is not to say that having all of those types of spammy links with 100% anchor text going to an expired domain is something that we look for to buy as a PBN, because quite frankly, you can do that cheaper with GSA or with Magic Submitter than trying to buy a site that's just got a bunch of those links in place. So that's there's two different concepts, and they're related, but they're not 100% the same. Hopefully that it may kind of help you understand my way of looking at that. What he said exactly is actually pretty accurate, but it also would potentially make someone think that you can buy sites like that and they would have a lot of inherent value, and I still don't see that they have much value to them unless there's some really good links in place and then a bunch of bad ones like that too. So that's kind of the way I would look at that. I think I got maybe another. email that came through. Okay, Shane, when buying domains for PBN, is it okay to buy expired? Or should we only do auction? Oh, okay, as far as the type. I got you, Shane. Also, if SEO Moz is showing 30 to 40 for page authority and domain authority, and there are no to few links, is that a red flag? Okay, so there's a couple different layers here. So first of all, either one of these are fine, Shane. When we transfer domains, if it's gone to auction, it has expired. If we can get it, it's expired already, which means that the age gets reset. It will still essentially have been registered the entire time, but it's not like you're working on a domain that's been continually operating for 12 years or something like that. So either one of those is going to be fine, not a problem. You still want to make sure that the links are in place. The longer a site sits expired, I think the stronger likelihood there is for links pointing back to it, for whatever webmaster is managing those, to find that and say, oh, that site's not there anymore. Let's get rid of that link. So the longer it's been expired, you just have to do more due diligence on making sure those links are in place. So anyway, hopefully that answers it or addresses that first part. Also for this, so 30 to 40 is typically indicative of having some decent links going to a site and some decent content. But keep in mind that your domain authority and page authority, if you run Open Site Explorer on that root domain or that www version, if you run it on the root domain, it's going to pull up domain authority for that root domain, but it will only pull up links that are pointing to that root domain. So what you might be looking at somebody who has set a site up and all the content up on a subdomain. And they've got links going to a subdomain that are not really shown very well or very clearly what the full picture is in Open Site Explorer. So I wouldn't say it's a red flag, but I would be a little more wary of it unless I knew exactly where that site was and what was going to it. Because if you've got this showing and you don't know what the links are that are doing that, it's not worth going after, for my money. Okay, Mary. Glenn Becker's touting over-optimization or under-optimization in the latest service he is promoting. His 10 steps to ranking, and under-optimization is one of the steps. Yeah, Becker's always got something going on. He's quite a dude. I like him. Anyway, TJ, for the curated content, are you posting on your site or creating blog.site.com, subdomain, or depends? Yeah, both. Yeah, the folks at Network Empire are big on making your blog a separate subdomain. I've not done that yet. Most of my sites that I've taken care of are still on the looks like we had somebody that was not able to get in. Okay, sorry. So I usually put all of my content on the same subdomain, the version of it, or the root. So yeah, the curation has nothing to do with that, TJ. I'll just put it on kind of whatever I'm using, even Web 2s and things like that. Except George, regarding view source code, Control F often opens up a search window to search for the words. Yeah, you can do that too. And Michael R., is there a way to check when a domain changed hands to prevent buying a made-up site? You might be able to pull it up in the Whois record in the history, Michael. I don't know if that shows all the time. I don't do a lot of that. I've done it a couple times, but it's been a long time ago. We're also getting we got about maybe 10 or 15 minutes left here, so If you guys have some questions you want to answer, try to get them in that chat box for me. And where were we here? Michael's question. Okay, Rob. When buying PBN domains, sorry, that's my main focus. No, not a problem at all, Rob. How important is age of domain in your factoring if you like it? It's lower down my criteria, Rob. It's nice to find old ones because there's a stronger likelihood that links will have been in place for a long time and will stay in place for a long time. That's really why we like looking at older domains. Other than that, there's not a lot that comes into play there. It just gives us a little better shot at finding some decent stuff. And if you've done much shopping around, you know how many sites are up there. So if we can, tighten our focus a little bit, it's usually helpful. Okay, Fletch, hoping you could help with a good current video submit software and service. I know GSA doesn't have the good video sites. Do you use any tools like that? You know what, I don't, but that's, I know what you're talking about, and I like it. Joe Marfolio may be doing some stuff with that. You might want to hit him up. I'm not sure. I talk to him all the time. I could ask him just as easily as you could, but I'm trying to think of who I know of that's really doing a lot with that type of thing. You know what, Ryan McKinney, he's a member in NHB in the Facebook group. He and his partner at I think Daredevil Marketing is what they're called. They do a lot with video. He might have some options for you too. You might want to send him a PM in Facebook. It's Ryan McKinney. He might have some good options for you there. I'm not sure, but I don't have any off the top of my head though, man. I'm sorry about that. Michael K. I thought that getting Asian Chinese links was a bad idea. However, Greg mentioned that the link juice is still there. Does he mean it's there, but not a good idea to use them for PBNs for money sites? I'm actually not. I buy sites. I actively buy sites with foreign links. It's certainly not going to be my bread and butter, but a lot of times there are sites that look good to me, and I'll go through and I'll look at all the sites. I don't understand any Asian language. I think I know like 3 words in Vietnamese, and that's it, and I couldn't spell them for my life. But the fact is that links are links. And really what we want to try to look for are a ton of spammy links with the exact same anchor text. And even if you're getting, Asian characters, you can tell whether every single anchor text is the exact same. I stay away from that site. If it's got some mix and it looks like there's a diversity of sites, and I click through on the sites and they all look like they're, halfway decent, they're not all written in, red and green and white script like so many of them are, I'll consider buying it. So the biggest thing there is just that it's more challenging for somebody who doesn't speak those languages to figure out whether it's a good link or not, or it's coming from a good site. That's the biggest thing. So, if you're bilingual or you know those languages, you have a huge leg up on PBN buying, because most people in the Western languages don't speak those languages, and there's a ton of sites that come up, as many of you probably know, that are primarily Asian links. A lot of them are spam, but I'm sure some of them are not. Mary, I'm seeing quite a few attractive potential PBNs. They've been used as SEO sites in the past. Are they mostly for sale because they haven't been used up and they have no more juice? Or why would somebody sell these sites? Because it seems unlikely that they lost every one of their customers. I would not be so certain about that, Mary. There's a lot of people over this last year, a ton, that were SEOs that knew about PBNs and don't have a clue about anchor text. And because they didn't know about anchor text and over-optimizing their money sites, they rode their rankings all the way into the ground and said, well, I'm just not going to renew all those sites. I know what you're talking about. I've seen a bunch of those myself. They're not used up. They still have good links in place. But I think a lot of people just didn't know where to go after Panda and Penguin and over-optimization stuff, even if they had PBNs available to them. You can have great PBNs in place, and if you screw up your URL structure, your title tags, and your anchor text, you're not going to rank if you go too aggressive with that type of thing. So TDL, I learned that NHB created software called PBN Sniper. Yeah, Chris Morris did that. He's actually here in the Phoenix area, and I think he lives in Mesa. Have you used it before? Should I look into that, or just use the tools Greg showed us in training videos? Thanks. I actually played around with that a little bit. Yeah, TDL. It's cool software. It can save you some time for sure. It's not my product. I don't make any money whether you decide to buy it or not. But yeah, if you're getting into PBNs, it's a nice little piece of advantage, potentially for you. So have a look at it. I try not to recommend buying things that distract us kind of from the core of what we're learning. But a tool like that is so specific to PBN buying, and PBN buying is such a core process that we need to become good at in depth, that's not really something that's too far abreast from the focus that we want to have. So it's something I would definitely consider, TDL. Dwayne, thanks, Flex. Nice. Man, thank you. Dwayne, Google Translate is what I use. Yeah, just drop the links in the translators. Yeah, you can use that kind of thing. It does take a little extra time, but again, you're then shopping in a pool with maybe 3 or 4 other people that are willing to do that extra work, which, tends to help you out and get good prices and things. Dave, I noticed seeing a lot of backlinks on some auction sites look like this URL cut. Yeah, with the links usually indicate spam or attempted SEO links directly. The links usually indicate spam or attempted SEO links directly. I'm not sure what does that, Dave. It's usually a filter on the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, so URL cut is what this stinking software does. I was like, wow, that's weird. If Open Site Explorer is doing the same thing my chat box is doing. Yeah. Website name, links. Yeah, that's going to be a page that somebody put together and is selling links from, usually. If I had Joshua Fletcher and, I'm a top 200,000 site on the internet, and I put a page that says links, and I let you put a link on there for $5 a month, and I get 200 people to put a link on it, it's $1,000 a month. Decent money, right? But because there's so many links on those pages, you lose a lot of the juice that they have, each of them. So just because it shows that doesn't mean it's bad. Click on the page, but if it's got 50 links or more, yeah, you kind of, I would discredit the amount of juice it's going to pass. Yeah, David says use Google Translate for that type of thing. What's up, George? On WordPress and vSilo sites, we embed silo comments. Okay. But should we turn off other contents or other comments? I typically do. I mostly turn all the comments off on all my sites for the most part. I may decide to stop doing that at some point in time, depending on whether or not I can actively manage a conversation. But it just takes a lot of time to stay on top of that, because you're going to get all sorts of weird trackback spam, things like that on your site if you don't, if you're not on top of it all the time. So I typically turn off content or comments as much as possible. Oh, Graham's asking the difference between PBN Sniper or PR PowerShot. I've not seen or used PR PowerShot, Graham, so I do not know. Maybe somebody in the group has used both, and they can flesh out some of those details. Okay, Greg, thank you so much for all your input. Worth a million. Have a great weekend. Yeah, guys, I really want to just say thanks for everybody in the coaching sessions that not only show up and help me, learn more about what you guys are, working through or you still have questions with, but also all the help you are to each other. That's a huge benefit, and I'm actually really proud to be a part of this community because of that. It really seems to be kind of a beacon for people who are kind of tired of misinformation and people who are, not sharing and open and helpful. This is a pretty cool environment to be part of, so I wanted to thank you guys for that. Oh, TGL says, he meant to say to me. Well, yeah, I want to thank everybody, though, so Thanks for that. Yeah, absolutely. Glenn, TJ, Jeremy. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. I'm glad you're on here. It's always a good session when we've got a good crowd that turns up with some good questions. All right, guys, we're kind of winding down. I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording. If you've got any last-minute questions here, try to get them in that chat box. But we'll go ahead and wrap up in a minute or two when the video kind of catches up with where we are at the moment. And save this recording real quick on Camtasia. And we'll be able to get this over to David for the replay. All right. All right, guys, so I'm going to go ahead and check out now. SF George, Rob, Glenn, Mark, Luke B. I think Mary was on here someplace too. Yep, there's Mary. Thanks again, guys. We'll wrap this up, and I'll look forward to seeing you all on Tuesday, hopefully. And until then, we'll see you in the Facebook or LinkedIn groups. Take care, guys. Talk soon.
Hey guys, it's Fletch. I've actually got a couple different feeds going on audio for a couple weird reasons. But what I'm going to do is rely on you guys to let me know whether the sound is good. I typically make a sound check personally, but I've got something else. I'm not monitoring it, but I've got to have it open, and I have no way of changing volume on two different programs differently than one another. So once we start broadcasting here and you guys are able to pick up the sound, give me a thumbs up or one if you've got decent sound levels and things sound good to you. If they do, we'll go ahead and get started. Okay, so they sound halfway decent to me, but if you guys are in good shape, give me a one and then we'll just start rolling. So it looks like we got Mary's on. She's responded. Looks like SF George is from a couple days ago, last session. So I'm going to go ahead and do a new project. I'm recording that. Okay. Got that done. That done. I think I can close that, but I'm not going to take a chance on it. Okay, Dave, sounds good. Carry, good sound. Looks like TJ, Josh, everything's good. All right, let's get going. Looks like some questions from TJ. Fletch, I have a couple yes-no questions that are too long for the chat, and we'll be sending you email-wise. Shouldn't take more than a couple minutes to answer. Yes, no, and subject line. Okay. Yeah, TJ, not a problem at all. We usually try to get those questions in here. If you've got a chance next time, send them over to me before the session, and then I can just kind of go through them and give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down kind of thing with those yes, nos. One of the main reasons we like to do that is because a lot of times, depending on the questions, a lot of times there are things that other people are encountering as well. So, but yeah, that's perfectly fine this time, TJ. Not a problem at all. Okay, Joster. Okay, do you have any tips for using PBN to juice up a launch jack that's a few weeks away? Just blast away with relevant contextual links over a few days. Absolutely, Joster. Yeah, if you've got a couple weeks, you should be in good shape. You kind of want to have a steady ramping up to launch day, and depending on how long the launch is open, You know, there's a lot of those that turn into evergreen projects or products as well. But yeah, just contextual links. If you can do anything with video and throw some even no follows from Web 2.0s from YouTube or anything like that, it's always good too. Integrating social, I always find is helpful for trying to get rankings quickly as well. That might be something you want to try to integrate. All right, Nathan B. I feel like I'm overthinking my PBN site. For example, I got the hiccups, guys, so if I wind up sounding funny or all disconnected, that's what's going on. Nathan B. I feel like I'm overthinking my PBN site. For example, how much does it matter that something like orangedinosaur.com, I made this name up, have posts about dinosaurs or about the software that the original site was named after? Absolutely nothing at all, Nathan. The original context of the links and topics of the links or the site have nothing to do with what we need to repurpose it and put it on. We can have a site that's supposed to be about you know, childhood development, and we can put things about software on it. We can put things about car insurance on it. It's not a problem at all. Really what we're taking advantage of is that link juice, which is kind of generic or vanilla, and it doesn't really have a theme that goes with it. Right now Google has no connection between the amount of link juice and the topic of that link juice. So that's where we are at the moment, and I would suggest making full use of that. So don't worry about it at all. You've got more than enough to consider on other topics, so that's not one that you need to worry about much. Follow up, Nathan. I just feel weird putting a post about boomerangs on a site that used to be about software and it doesn't have a name that relates to them. Yeah, don't worry about that at all, Nathan. It's not a problem. Okay, Steve, to me, I'm competing for a gastroenterologist office website, 2 of them. One is a brand new site, competing with a guy who's making the second site. Okay, don't think he knows nearly as much as I do. Any tips? Make sure that you do everything you can to hide the origin of your links. So make sure that you get Spider Spanker in place and get it up and running, and make sure that it's blocking links. Other than that, you should be in good shape. I've had the same situation with several of the little EMD, really specific EMD sites that I put up locally, and more often than not, they're up for about 3 or 4 weeks, and I'm kind of going head-to-head with them, and then they go away. Or not 3 or 4 weeks, but 3 or 4 months until Google rolls out a new algorithm or something like that, because more often than not, they wind up over-optimizing or using spam links. So a situation like that, just be anonymous as much as possible and do good SEO. And even if, you know, it's not really a race within the first month or two, it's more of a long-term thing. So just don't get too aggressive trying to beat them out of the gate. More often than not, those sites typically fall away, from my experience. Mary, if you wanted to crush a niche, why wouldn't you just go out and buy a wickedly powerful old domain with a generic URL and use that instead of an EMD and rent it out like Greg did with KLKS, but for a rental site? You could, Mary. It's a little more upfront cost, but when you start to look at the long-term profitability, that is a very good option. And that's one of the reasons that we talked about using expired domains as money sites. One of the things you got to be aware of and take into consideration is what the anchor text of the existing links to that site are. We need to have a certain profile. Greg talks about those in detail on his videos. But what we will want, even if we have a lot of domain authority, page authority, and a great expired domain, we're still going to be potentially competing with the anchor text that's in place for rankings. So we want to kind of pay attention to the anchor text that's in place. But other than that, if you've got a lot of branded or generic anchor text or naked URLs that come to your site on those existing links, you're in great shape. And that's a great way to think. You can definitely kill it if you've got a powerful site that you're trying to rank. PJ, whoops, there's my little cursor's not doing what I wanted to do. Okay, so this TJ says he's going to go ahead and give it a go here in case there's some other people in the group that having this issue. So there might be a few posts that look separate. You said you use 3 personas, personal, clients, and then app CPA. Okay. Okay, then we got Janet jumping in here. I tend to jump into the day job killer strategy and want to develop my local marketing business website. Okay, looking for a model. I see Mike's Nashville SEO org site. However, I see he didn't have an opt-in. What type of site do you recommend? You can utilize a site almost exactly like Nashville SEO and not worry about an opt-in. You can also use a site just like Nashville SEO and put an opt-in on it if you want to. That's just more marketing strategy than anything, really figuring out who the people that you want to reach are and what they're likely to do. If they're business people and they're not really going to sit around and consider whether they're going to make a decision for a long time, which I find most business people are, if they're out there actively looking for a solution, they want to pick the phone up and talk to somebody and get the ball rolling. So with that My City SEO type of site, I'm not sure for the demographic that I would typically target. I'm not sure if an opt-in would be that valuable, but I'm not saying it wouldn't work, or it might not, definitely hit a different target demographic than I'm thinking about or that I have targeted myself. So it just depends, Janet. You can do either one, and you can be very successful with them. So yeah, don't just because we give you an example of something that works doesn't mean it's the only thing that works. Not at all. Steve, in evaluating domains for purchase, and checking the strength of the backlinks to the domain, should more emphasis be placed on the PA, DA, or PR of the pages of the sites that are the source of the links? Many links have high PR, have no PR, but have high DA and PA. They all come into play, Steve. When we're looking at the links, I still pay attention to PR, but you really want to be aware of these two factors as well. If you're getting links to an expired domain that have all three, that's ideal. Even though PR is not as important as it has been in the past, and it's becoming less and less important, it's still a pretty decent marker of the kind of juice that you're going to get to the site. Over time, it's going to become more of this, but at the moment, we're still able to kind of quantify a lot of it with PR. So I know that's not a great answer, but we're kind of in a transition period right now where PR has been the important thing in the past, and we're moving more and more toward PA and DA. So they're kind of all important right now. Okay, Kia, blog comment links, do you recommend that? Yeah, they can be fine, Kia. If we're sending them to our money site, we don't want to use link building tools to do that because they're typically pretty low quality. But if you're going out and you're writing an actual real blog comment one-off on somebody's related, a blog in your niche or something like that, there's nothing wrong with them. It's just we don't want to use link building tools to spam those out all over the internet. You can put Spider Spanker on a money site, Dave. The reason we would do that is if you're getting a lot of traffic and you're getting the bots crawling your site a lot, Spider Spanker is going to be able to decrease the amount of bot traffic that you have on your site. That's the real reason. So what it does is it blocks, once the spider hits your site, it's going to hit your site anyway. The aggregator bots, what Spider Spanker does is just tells them to go away or go back where they came from. No, pardon me. So yeah, you can put it on there, but you don't need to. And if you do, the purpose would be to just decrease the traffic, maybe save some bandwidth on your site. Carrie, just an FYI, I purchased a domain from Polly Singh, DA 31 PA 30 PR5, linking to it for $89. Transfer domain 30 minutes. Highly recommend. That's good information, Carrie. Thank you. Okay, Stephen Tuvey. The doctor's office I'm competing for is to rank their two sites, their own sites. Okay. I know it will be more expensive. Any value propositions? I'm proposing first page domination. Really, with something like that where they're their sites, the big value that you're going to be able to add is long-term rankings. Nobody's able to show track records that that go back into an entire year of rankings. And with the kind of model home examples that we give you guys access to, that Greg has ranked, we have sites that have ranked very well for over a year. The ability to control the source of our links is another huge one, which means that even if algorithms do change, they're not going to burn the sites that they have put, invested work, time and effort and money into. So it's very likely that any of your competition is not going to be able to guarantee that, which means that they are kind of gambling with the value of the websites that they want you guys to rank. So that's one that I would definitely kind of hammer on, Stephen. TJ, if you're using one for clients, does he set up a personal Facebook page and fan pages in that name? Since you already have that in place, do you then offer the 2.0 service, i.e. fan page to the client as an add-on? Yes, exactly, TJ. So you can add fan pages to a personal Facebook account very easily. They don't necessarily need to be owned by you or controlled by you. They're just essentially you saying you're a fan of this such and such business or such and such movement or fundraising activity, whatever it might be, and you can attach those to your personal Facebook account without too much trouble. So a lot of times I'll set that one up on the affiliate or CPA profile that I have, just because the one I have for online marketing, as you guys probably could expect, is it gets a lot of activity from other people that are in our niche, and I don't want to have a ton of people crawling my site to see what all my projects are about that are potentially going to try to do the same thing I'm doing. Carrie, how did you determine the silo structure for your projects, assuming you didn't use any of the Network Empire tools? For the most part, I thought about it, Carrie, and it sounds kind of trite, but it is. On a site where you want to rank for 3 or 4 kind of target keywords, even using like the Google Keyword Planner, or even not even using that, just going out and checking the top 10 results of your competition and figuring out what the title tags and the URL structure is on their pages would be a great way to figure out what the relevant terms are and keywords, and then kind of put those in a big pool and just kind of draw circles around the stuff that's related and just say, okay, here are my 3 or 4 silos, and then kind of look at them and say, okay, of all these, this is the, this would be the top level, and the rest of these terms are going to support that top level of this silo. That's how I would do it if I didn't have access to any keyword tools. If you've got TLKT or Kraken or something like that, it definitely it kind of does that type of thing for you. But you can do it without. It just takes more time. TJ, do you use the same strategy for social MS GSA as a third persona for all your AF and CPA sites? Does this cause a footprint in terms of each of the 3 personas? Do you use the same strategy for? Not necessarily, TJ, and there's a couple things I'm doing to break that footprint up. I'm not really quite as worried about a lot of the sites I have are things that I am, I guess, happy to put my name on, and so they're branded in some fashion or another. And because of that, I'm not at all concerned with the footprint that would be exposed on what would be, the WR1 level, which would be all the properties that I have branded that are my identity. Beyond that, I'm a little more conservative, I guess you could say, as far as what I'll post. In the situations like that, I'll try to just make generic, social accounts and not really attach them to my big main money social profiles, I guess. Dave E. I have a subdomain with a DA39, PA45, and a PR2. Should I redirect the main domain to create a separate PBN? Okay, I see what you're talking. Okay, I read right over the fact that it's a subdomain. Well, that's a decent question, Dave. Why would you not just use that subdomain as a PBN? You're able to link out from that. Your domain authority is going to be something, your DA is going to be your subdomain and whatever other subdomains are there. Page authority is just going to stick with your subdomain. So even if you redirect over to your root domain or some other sub or even another site, your page authority is not going to transfer fully. Whereas if you just link out from the site as it exists and treat that subdomain as a PBN potentially, a PBN site, I think that might be where you can get the most value out of what you're working with there. Unless I'm missing something as far as what's on the root domain or other subdomains on that site. Bob Limley, do you Magic Submitter? And if so, when do you use it? Bob, I used it pretty much the entirety of last year. When we had the event in Nashville, we had someone named Jimmy Kelly speak, and he was pretty. He spoke a lot about a tool called GSA, which does essentially the same thing. Because of my position that I'm in with, helping to train and coach and teach people, I wanted to check it out. And when I did, I actually found out that I like the interface better. Both tools work very well, and they work for essentially the exact same thing. What we can do with those tools is rank sites that have a high domain authority. So if we build a Facebook page or a YouTube video or something like that, we use Magic Submitter kind of as a link building tool for that. We also use GSA for that. So you can check out the videos by Jimmy Kelly, and he talks about GSA. Anything with Magic Submitter, both of those tools are kind of interchangeable to a degree. They just have a different interface, and depending on what you like, you may like one better than the other. Okay, Janet. In evaluating the niche I intend to enter, I found a PR4 business site on page 1, position number 2, with no other duplicate listings on the page. The business spends marketing money, even sponsoring the local national sports team. Okay. And then the continuation, what do you think about a strategy of offering to get them all over page 1 SEO Hangouts with all those other types of properties? If they've got marketing spend that they're happy to do that with, and they look to be spending money on SEO or other online marketing ventures, I think that would be an ideal client to go after, to target, Janet. I think you definitely be able to offer a lot of value in a lot of different ways, especially if they're doing things like trying to sponsor teams and get their name out there that way. If you can pretty much cover the front page for their big money keywords, that's going to be the same kind of, you're not associating it with a professional sports team, whatever it might be. But at the same time, anybody looking for any of their services is going to see them plastered all over the first page of Google. Same kind of effect. So I think that would be a great target client for you. Okay, Stephen Toomey, I found a DUI attorney who was doing online marketing but no real SEO strategy. He's on page 2 for his keywords and was going to propose taking over his sites and his social sites, ranking those with total domination. Should I do that or build my own and rent it out? Depends on how easy he is to work with, Stephen. If he seems kind of wily and apprehensive to just be a client for you, where you're ranking his stuff, I would totally be, if he's not doing a lot, if there's not a ton of competition. DUI attorneys typically have some decent competition for SEO, but we can win. It just, you have to look at the resources you got to spend and the time and things like that. If you build those properties up, they're definitely going to be things you can monetize. So when I get into a market, I always have this is my primary option, but I like to always have 2 fallback ways to monetize the sites I'm building, just because things happen. Different circumstances come up, and you may not be able to monetize it the way you want to initially. And if you have a couple fallback options, it it's easier to justify spending the money and the time to build up those properties and get them ranked. I'll put it that way. Oh, Mike SLC update on plugin installs. No, I've got a list that I'm working through still, Mike. Yeah, it's been kind of held up a little bit. We've had some craziness going on, but we're kind of right to the end of our I think this week will be the last of a lot of other things on my plate that have taken up some of my time. So I intend to get to them this week. I do apologize for the hold up on that, though. Okay, Eve, do you worry about footprints on Web 2.0 sites? Examples set up on same IP. No, with that type of thing, not too much. With Web 2s, you've got so many different sites on those IP addresses. I'm not worried about it too much. You know, if you had 4 or 5 different Weebly pages that were all linking to the same money site, that would probably be about the extent that I would do, just because I want to have a diversity and some, make it look natural. As much as anything, just make it look natural. It doesn't make sense for somebody to build out, 30 Weebly pages and link them all to one single money site in a local niche. That's just not a reasonable, type of situation to have. So just kind of do that kind of thinking on those, Eve. TJ, okay. MTJ, my personal sites are on shared hosting, and that's good. Okay. Links for my 10 site PBN client sites. I am JB. Okay. JB has a Facebook page that is involved with the client fan pages. Uses the same PBN. Okay. Should be in good shape still. Affiliate CPA sites are LL, and the same thing applies to them. Google Plus, Facebook page, and fan pages PBN. That's how I look at TI and wonder then if I could be creating a forced situation. What do you mean by TI there, TJ? Client EAF CPA sites are all individual C-class IPs. Okay. Yeah, well, your shared hosting, you should still have different IP addresses on that, TJ, if you're following kind of what we've been talking about and teaching. If you're talking about the connection between 2 or 3 of the sites being your social accounts, I wouldn't worry about that too much. A lot of times Google and the social accounts they aren't real friendly with one another anyway. Facebook and Google aren't, they have some overlapping interests, I'll put it that way. And then follow up, and then should I be logging into another IP address for them, or is home okay? All right, so this is getting a little bit convoluted, TJ. I know I told you to ask these here. Put that in an email, because I'm going to have to think about it and probably draw a little diagram with what I see the question being and what we can do to make sure that it's as safe as possible. So yeah, let's move that over to email, and then I'll do a diagram. And it sounds like a question that probably a lot of people will have, though. So after the diagram, I'll probably do it over the shoulder, explaining what I'm talking about. Make it generic, so I'm not sharing your details with anybody, but that's probably the best way to move forward with that, TJ. Okay, Janet, from your videos, I see that you work on a Mac. Yep. Is there any trouble incompatibility with using a Mac for BPS? To understand accesses all the SEO functions within a Windows interface. A bit confused how it works. Yeah, no, Janet, it works fine. You use something called remote desktop connection. I'll type it in here. And remote desktop connection essentially just logs into an interface on a Windows machine. It can be a regular machine or a server. In our case, we use servers for the link building tools and other things like that. The only, I guess the only weird thing is just, doing a right click. You have to do a control click on a Mac to access the functions of a right click on a PC. Other than that, though, it is as seamless an integration as I've ever encountered. I've used virtual machines on my Mac, kind of embedded, that run in the background, And I actually like the remote desktop connection on a virtual server even better. It doesn't eat up your processor at all. It's free. It's easy to set up. You just type in the IP address and then your login information, and it just logged right in. So I've been using a setup like this for about 1.5 years now, and I haven't had any trouble at all. I'd highly recommend it for anybody who likes to work on a Mac, but you know, has to use some of the PC tools for SEO. It's I think it's preferable to do this than to buy another PC that you would do that type of thing on. Yeah, TJ, with okay, you're talking about HostGator. 40 plus $2 per month for C-class IPs. Host9 charges $25 for reseller with all individual C-class. Yeah, so on Host9, TJ, you can get it so that each website has a C-class that's different than the next one, but you just get assigned that, so you got to pay attention to it. Carrie, Spider Spanker recommended for your money sites as well as your PBNs. Yeah, you can put it on there. What it's going to do is potentially help you out on your bandwidth throttling if you've got a bunch of spiders crawling your site way too often. Depends on how big a site you have and the kind of bots that you got going on with it. But you can install it there. It's not necessary, but you can do that. And Spider Spanker Pro, yeah, it has a couple things that save you time when you're installing it across a bunch of different sites, Carrie. That's the main difference. Spider Spanker by itself works the exact same way. You just have to configure it each time. Pro lets you kind of make a profile and apply it to all your different sites. Stephen Toomey, I'm confused when you're talking about shared hosting. I have a Bluehost account. Should I be using something different or more than just Bluehost? Yeah, what we really try to get to with that, Stephen, is to make sure that all of our money sites and PBN sites are on different C-class IP addresses. With Bluehost, I haven't looked into whether or not there's an option with them. I actually really like Bluehost. It's the company I worked with when I just had, 2 construction websites that were mine. And their interfaces are easy to work with, and it's easy to repoint sites over to different hosting and things of that nature, but I'm not sure whether they offer you the ability to get your sites hosted on separate IP addresses without starting different accounts. So if you're using different accounts for each of your sites, that's fine, because that will likely get you different C-class IP addresses for each of those sites. But what we're trying to do with different C-class IPs on our hosting is to make sure that not all of our money sites are on the exact same IP address, and we're pointing a bunch of PBN links that are on that same address, the same IP address, to a money site on that same IP address, and thereby really creating a situation where Google's going to be able to look at that and say, yeah, there's something fishy going on here. Let's go ahead and either do a manual review on it or put some kind of filter penalty on it, and you wind up getting hit with a loss in rankings. SF George got a MD page number 1, or page 1, number 1 forever, but it's under attack. 3 new pages, 1 MD has appeared lately. He is name ranked mostly. Would you add pages by subspecialty and hit those? Whoops. Where'd it go here? And hit those from PBN, or would you leave the number 1 site alone and attack with new aged URL and hit that with PBN, or both? Well, most of the time both is better if you've got the resources for it. An aged URL, there's a lot. They rank so well and so easily. If you guys haven't tried to do that, I know a lot of people have probably experienced, or if you haven't, you probably have created that situation and just not realized it. If you've got an expired domain that you set up as a PBN, and you theme it out and have it all about a certain type of topic, very strong likelihood that you've actually probably ranked some of those posts. A lot of people just don't realize it because they don't track keyword rankings or traffic on their PBN, but that happens more often than not. So yeah, I would try to incorporate that if you can. Yeah, just continue to do work on the existing page. See if you can come up with a content posting strategy where they keep some fresh, relevant content out there. If they've got a blog, something like that, that's definitely going to help as well. Okay, TJ, my reseller account with host 9 provides a new Class C for every new account automagically. Yeah, it'll do that, TJ. You just want to make sure that when it gets assigned that new C class IP, that it is in fact a new C class IP for your reseller account, because sometimes it can duplicate one that it assigned you earlier. For the most part, it really doesn't happen because they have so many server banks, but it's just something to be mindful of, best practices kind of thing. Janet, thanks for the Mac Windows clarification. You just saved me from buying a PC. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, just do a search for that and download the program, and it's up and running in 5 minutes or so. Follow up, what size VPS do you recommend, Jim? You mentioned 8 gig. If you intend to get serious with GSA, what do you use? 8 gig is the least I'd probably use is an 8 gig. That's what I've got set up right now, an 8 gigabyte processor on my, or 8 gigs of memory on my VPS at the moment. I'd have to pull up the rest of the specs, but I do remember when I first heard Jimmy talk that those were the specs that he recommended, and I think I do 8 gigabytes, but I know I probably wouldn't have. I usually try to do a little overkill on technology like that because it does come into play quite a bit, Janet, with the speed of link building as well as scraping, if you've got G-Scraper running on it as well. Well, yeah, Brad's asking about Spider Spanker leaving a footprint. Yeah, just like any plugin would or a theme would. If you wanted to do a search for the HTML code that only exists in Catalyst, you could do that and return all the results that have Catalyst running on it. That's one of the way hackers identify sites that they can get into. If they find a security breach with a certain plugin or a theme that people who don't update kind of leave an open door for, they can search things that way. It's kind of crazy, but and so in that way, yeah, it's a footprint, but it's not. I don't think it's one that Google really pays that much attention to. It's certainly not high on their list of profitable items to include in their algorithm. Okay, question here from Trong. If today you start new in Day Job Killer with small money, what will you do and where will you start? Kind of depends on your personality and your objective. With me, if you put me in a brand new city, well, if I was in a city I knew or one that I didn't know, either way, I would try to do some kind of a networking event to get in front of people face to face and just put a personality and a real person behind what I was trying to do, whether that's a Chamber of Commerce or a business networking environment or something along those lines. And I'm talking just strictly like if you had 30 days to make money. I'm not talking about ranking for My City SEO, which I think is an amazing strategy. It's probably the best way you can get up and provide kind of long-term recurring income. That's a great way to do it. But if you just have to go out and hustle stuff like that, I really like to try to be as real and transparent as possible and get in front of people naturally that way. So I would get out and just try to sell services that way. Again, depending on your situation and how comfortable you are with sales and things of that nature, you can sell things that you do not have yet. And it's not, quite frankly, it's not shady practice. It's just, that's the nature of business. Bill Gates sold software that he didn't own, and that's how he started Microsoft. And he's now one of the richest men in the world and, provides services to millions of people. That's just the nature of things sometimes. You can get out and do that type of thing. Now, aside from that, if you wanted to do just day job killer and rely on leads coming to you, I feel that the best way to go about doing that is to rank for My City SEO. You can also jump on Elance or Odesk or something like that and pick up some side clients to make money and practice until you get there. But I don't know that that's as attractive of a long-term option as having your own website that's your own property that you have equity in, that's an asset for your business. So hopefully that gives you some ideas and some kind of the mindset that I used and still would use to get in front of clients and get some income coming in. TJ, I have a 4-year-old one-page site that's been migrated. I'm building out a small silo to replace the page. It's partially done. It never had authorship and was not privacy guarded, but now is. Okay. Would you wait until it's built out to put a link to one of the internal pages that is finished, or start now? Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be finished. I mean, sites, even if they're static pages, sites are not supposed to be, totally done and never change. You can have links in place to, in development websites, and that's not a problem, TJ. I wouldn't worry about it too much. If you've got a ton of really generic, like Latin placeholder content, I might think about moving some of that around, because Google's becoming better and better at ranking entire sites as opposed to just single pages. And so if you've got, the plans for 10 or 12 pages, but you only have 2 of them done, TJ, you're fine. Go ahead and link to it. If you've got 10 or 12 pages already in place that have just weird placeholder content on it that has nothing to do with what you're actually trying to rank for, you might want to hold off a little bit. Just kind of depends on what you've got there. Okay, Carrie, let's talk ranking. What do you use to estimate how long it would take to move from something onto page 1, position 1? Roll dice. I honestly don't know of any surefire